What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is...
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout punch.
Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
Yeah, nicely finished. Squeezed it in the corner.
We'll go for the ball. And we'll get the ball. And that is the biggest finish of the week. Looks at double top. And that's an 11 darter to round it off for John Henderson. Find the 1-5-3. If he gets double 18, that's superb.
First leg, Lorenzo Pronk.
Hasn't had a dart and a double yet in this match, and it's going to be one in his hand, a double 14 off the back of the 1-4-2, which he gets. Six to his haunches, he could be sunk if Perez finds top. He gets the tops. What a comeback from Christian Perez. Hello, good morning. Welcome along to the Modus Super Series from the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And what a day we've got ahead of us here on the South Coast. Christian Perez is 2 points ahead of Keegan Brown at the top of the table. But it'd be, well, fairly bold of you to predict what's going to happen next. Scott Mitchell is with us once again here in the studio to look ahead to all of the action on this Wednesday. It's Christian Perez that leads the way overnight. He's still got that 2-point buffer that he had on Monday, but was there perhaps more signs of vulnerability from him yesterday?
Yeah, I think so. He just wasn't doing the averages yesterday, and if you look at his 180 stats and everything, they were all down on the day before. So whether he was playing a little bit, week class Tuesday as a moving day, whether he was playing it a little bit safe and trying to throw and be safe, I don't know. But he came out of the day with that 2-point buffer, and he'll be pleased to see that he's still back on top of the table.
Well, this is how the table looks going into today's play. 4 points separate the top 5 players. Keegan Brown on 12 points to his name. Lorenzo Pronk, John Henderson, and Gildenhuys realistically are probably going to be in a dogfight to see who's going to get the final Group B position. We spoke about Christian and how well he played on Monday. Maybe yesterday didn't quite go to plan as much. What do you expect to see from Christian on this Wednesday here at the Live Lounge?
Well, he's really got to come out of the blocks firing. He's got to now go, right, I'm top of the table and this is why, and go back to that game that he had on Monday. Yes, he had a poor first game on Monday, but after that he was pretty sublime, so he needs a bit more of that. The man that did the damage yesterday was Keegan Brown. 4 out of 5 for him yesterday. He propelled himself up the table. It really was moving day for him. And he really has put himself in with a good shout of maybe being able to topple Christian at the top of the table.
What did Keegan do so well yesterday in your mind?
I think his finishing was better. His all-round game was better. He looked more confident. He looked happier with his whole situation. He put himself in a situation that he needed to... It had to be 4 or 5 to give himself a chance to top the group. And so he put himself in the situation where he put his consistent game up there and said, come and beat me if you can. And only one was able to.
Well, Christian Perez is odds on with the bookies to go on and win the group. 8-13 with the odds compilers. Keegan Brown at 11-4. When you consider the gap is 2 points and you consider that Keegan Brown has got a better legs difference than Christian Perez, if you're backing against the favourite, is Keegan Brown value?
I think he is, but I wouldn't back him big, if that makes sense, on 11-4. And I can understand why the other 3 below, they're 7-1, 12-1. They're all on 10 points. It is a bit of a long shot for them because we're running out of games. There's only 5 games to go. They're 4 points behind. But yeah, if there's any value, it's only a little value, and it's probably on Keegan Brown.
It is 18+, gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series on this Wednesday morning. And we're going to kick off with a meeting between Keegan Brown and Jared Cole. Jared's picked up just 2 wins from his 10 games so far this week at the Live Lounge. He takes on Keegan Brown, who, well, he's getting better as the week goes along. Very much a transitional period in his career, but very much playing with a smile on his face once again. Earlier on this morning, I caught up with Keegan to get his thoughts, his assessments going into today's play. Keegan, second after a couple of days' play, and particularly in terms of yesterday, you must have been really pleased with the consistency of your performances.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously playing Monday, the first day, playing normal darts, not the old double trouble. It was getting used to the old things again. And, when you fill in, this group was absolutely full of every single potential dart player in there, isn't there? Let's be honest. And the standard this week's been brilliant. And, yesterday, bar obviously playing Christian, everything else went my way. So, yeah, I was quite happy about it.
Put yourself in a really good position to manoeuvre a couple of points off going into today. What do you think the task in hand is?
I think I've obviously laid the foundations and it's literally just building on it. So if I can get another 3 or 4 wins, maybe 5, who knows?
How important is a quick start? Obviously, you're playing the first game, so you have an opportunity to go top of the group against Jared. How important is setting your stall out right from the get-go?
Yeah, I think you need to do a Usain Bolt. You need to come out of the blocks quick, lay the marker up for everybody else. Even though I could go top, and then you then play with all the points and the leg difference. And I think it's crucial for me today just to get out the blocks as quickly as I can.
I get the feeling that you're really enjoying your darts at the minute. There's a real smile on your face, and is that kind of that love for the game back again?
Yeah, definitely. The last couple of years has been torture for me personally, and for me just to be enjoying the darts again, it's second to none. And I've always said before, I'm dangerous when I'm confident. I'm useless when I'm not confident, and that showed the last 18 bumps. But now it feels like I'm just turning a corner again.
Right, wish you all the best, Keegan. Good luck.
Brilliant, thank you.
Certainly playing with a smile on his face and certainly playing some better stuff as of late, Keegan Brown. He takes on Jared Cole in the opening game of Wednesday's play here at the Super Series. Two players whose objectives for the day are very much different. For Keegan, he's got realistic ambitions of getting out of this group, having a couple of days off, and heading back across the water, getting his passport out and getting the hovercraft back over to the Isle of Wight for a few days. As for Jared Cole, it looks like a reset in Group C on Thursday and Friday. For Keegan, his debut did play in the double start week and it didn't quite go to plan for him, but it definitely looks like he's now settled down on the Super Series stage up against one of the most experienced campaigners here. A 12th appearance for Jared Cole. He's made it through to the final in 9 of his previous attempts at this particular competition. But if he's going to do so for a 10th time, it looks like he's going to have to do it from the base of Group C. Jack Garrett is the referee in charge of all of the action on this Wednesday morning. And it's going to be Keegan to get us underway. And importantly, the fact that Keegan Brown plays first in the first 2 rounds worth of play means that he can put the pressure on Christian Perez and set the clubhouse lead in rounds. If he wins this game because of his legs difference being superior to that of Christian Perez, he can go top of the table.
Yeah, and that would add a little bit of table pressure, wouldn't it, to the situation? Because he would be sat there alongside Christian before he plays his first match. I think those of us that have all played in round-robin tournaments locally and whatever have all sort of looked and seen and felt how that feels.
100.
Sometimes you can feel that because you've got a game in hand, that's guaranteed points on your board, and that's it's a risky road to go down, sort of mental-wise.
Well, if Keegan Brown wins all 5 matches today, then he will win the group. I know that sounds simple, but sometimes you need to simplify the situation a little bit because we have seen players in the past be found guilty of thinking about permutation A and permutation B, and then it comes out with permutation C because you overthink the situation. But that 171 visitor Jared Cole has given him 6 darts here from 130 for an opening leg breaker throw. Doesn't have to chase the bullseye if he doesn't want to. But he decided that he fancied the look at it, and he gets it. And that could just be the spark for Jared Cole. He's been waiting for something to drop all week. He's had moments, but he'll be hoping that that moment is just the lightning of a blue touch paper, which could lead to something far greater today.
Yeah, he didn't have a ton-plus shot yesterday all day, and here he is, opens up with leg 1 today with a 130.
42.
It's the king of the castle pulling up the drawbridge and saying he's had enough. He's going to start playing super stuff today. We did talk about it last night after the matches. I did have a chat with him.
57.
Just such a likeable young fella is Jared Cole. And I said to him, he's got real freedom to roam today. He can throw with freedom and be the spoiler. And you know what it's like. I said to him to be on the other side when people are trying to spoil it for you. Now you've got a chance to get yourself a good day behind yourself. Take that into whichever group you go into. It's looking like Group C at the moment. So I said, and a fresh start on Thursday could be the way forward for you. And he tended to agree. So hopefully he's come in with a new frame of mind today.
59.
One of the things he was saying, now I've had to play the role of chief chauffeur to him all week long. Now, one of the things that he was saying this morning is what he wants to do is he knows that he can't win the group. Group B might be a hard task, but what he wants to do is ensure that he has beaten every single player in the group at least once, and that will give him some kind of confidence going into Group C, B, whatever it be, that he knows that he's got the measure of anyone. Well, he's got the little fish in the previous leg. Is he going to go for the big fish here? Is he going to get the big fish here?
132.
Well, that would have been some start for the king of the castle.
He has left himself a double if Keegan does fill this up, or even a 140. No, it's not in, Keegs. Nor is that one. It's in the wrong one. So Cole has the chance here. Does he split it? He splits it. Goes off to 28.
24.
Just about to say, is he the young version of Mensa Sulovic?
17.
Double 19 doesn't go on this occasion. So both players have had darts in this second leg. Cole looking at double 7 to open up a 2-leg lead. Decided to split after dart 1 looked awkward, which meant he only gave himself one at double 4, and a leg he was in control of his one he could let slip. And the breaker throw he got in leg 1 could well be wiped out.
7.
But it's not. And Jared's got another chance.
You require 4.
He's dodging bullets here that he hasn't been able to dodge in the first 2 days. But he has to take his chance.
No score. Keegan, you require
That's probably
31.
unfortunate, but his first 6 darts at it didn't look confident.
Game shot of second leg.
Keegan really has stolen that one, and he looks at Jared as if to say, I nicked that one, and Jared's not having any of the eye contact. Not having a bit of it, king of the castle. Somebody's cut one of the chains on his drawbridge, and it's on its way back down, and he's letting everybody through.
It kind of all unravelled from the third tier he decided to split. He was obviously looking for the 6 with a double 16. Hit the single 10, double 14, went inside, and then chaos ensued from that particular point onwards.
40.
But this is kind of what's been happening to Jared all week, and then it's affected his scoring. When he's made one mistake, it's then affected all his scoring.
125.
And it's happening again. And this is summing up exactly where he's been this week. He's not been playing as badly as that player that's only won 2 out of 10.
60.
He's got to start thinking, I only have to be 1 dart better than my opponent each leg. Just 1. You don't have to be 5 darts. You don't have to be 10 darts. You just got to be 1 dart better. And that 1 dart is at the outer ring.
I feel like a lot of what Keegan's doing this week is something that Jared could probably look at in terms
100. Keegan, you require
approach, because Keegan has just said, right, all I want to be is just marginally better than the other. Just get wins, performances, then take care of itself. He's not let setbacks, and there's been the odd 1 or 2 here and there, then dictate what has happened there on in.
No, exactly right. And I'm telling you now, right, at the end of next week,
97.
Champions Week,
Keegan, you require
when that cheque gets handed out for £25,000, it doesn't have the average written on the side of the cheque. It has W for winner. It doesn't matter.
Well, Keegan busting the 103 is just giving Jared a little bit of an opening if he could have found a couple of shots. Definitely needs to find one, doesn't do so.
Keegan, you
Couldn't
require
punish upon the
103.
error that his opponent made in the previous turn. Now, make sure you don't hit the treble 15, Keegan. When he played that save that he played it so far,
63.
one of them are, but he's
Jared, you
found the
require
double top
144.
just above the wire. And so Jared Cole looking at 144 for a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, Keegan was playing the cheeky way there, wasn't he? He was trying to find
65.
the treble
Keegan, you
10
require
to leave
40.
the double 8.
Game shot on the third leg.
When he
Keegan
really
Brown.
didn't need to, because he can hit the tops and 10s anyway. So, but yeah, that's what Keegan was up to. And
Fourth
he went,
leg,
chased the
it's
treble
Jared
10
to
to leave
first.
himself
Game on.
the double 8, and obviously hit the treble 15. I suppose he'll be doing that again.
Not before too long.
45.
But this is a game that Jared Cole should have been 2-0 up in, but he finds himself 2-1 down.
And again, he's just made that one cardinal sin of not getting out on that one leg, which he steamrolled the first leg, steamrolled the second leg, right down to the double, struggled then to get out,
100.
didn't back himself to hit the double. I would have liked to have seen him back himself, hit the double 19 and not sort of 10 it up, but and showed your opponent that I have got the confidence to hit any double on this board.
I just get the
59.
sense that we're watching both players' weeks so far play out in this particular match.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're absolutely right.
91. $60. Keegan, you require 133.
So 6 darts here from 133 for Keegan to get the break of throw. May only need the 3 darts to get the break. Double 8.
117.
Does not go.
$100. Keegan, you require
You
16.
nearly say... Oh, getting further away for Keegan.
No score.
Is this a
Jared, you
chance
require
for Jared Cole
137.
to break back? There's only one way he'll go here. That's treble 19. Tops. Ah. No flair from Jared Cole.
121. Keegan, you require 16. Game shot on the fourth
No
leg.
flair
Keegan
about
Brown.
Keegan Brown, but there's an efficiency about him which is making him very difficult to beat. It's nowhere near
Fifth
his
leg,
best
it's
level,
Keegan to throw
but it's been
first.
good enough when
Game
it
on.
matters. He's got the break, he leads 3-1, and now has the darts in his hand to complete a 4-1 victory, which will put him to the
80.
top of the Group A table. It'll put him ahead of Christian Perez, who takes on Johan Gildenhuys in the second match by way of legs difference.
57.
And if you're wondering when Keegan and Christian go head-to-head, they play in the third round's worth of fixtures. They meet in the middle of the programme today. So
60.
it could well come down to the fact that the winner of that one is the winner of the group. It could be that indicative as to how the day pans out, that particular fixture.
108.
But Jared Cole is hoping there's still legs to be played in this one by getting the day's first max.
$125.
Yeah, you find in that third leg, you think, how am I here? When you're 2-1 down,
83.
and then you're sat there on the fourth leg thinking, how am I 2-1 down in this match? Then before you know it, you're 3-1 down. And then that makes you a little bit spiteful and angry. And you
140.
start throwing a little bit quicker and a little bit harder. And then the game starts to come back to you. But Keegan Brown is being equal to Jared at the minute and making sure there isn't a route back in.
57. Keegan, you require 96.
You spoke about the Jared Cole drawbridge. Well, Keegan Brown's doing a very good job here of shutting the door. And it was almost
64.
slammed in the face of the king of the castle
Jared,
if the
you
double
require
18 went.
124.
But Jared Cole's hopes rely on him taking out this 1-2-4. Relies on him taking out a second ton plus checker of the game on the bullseye. Oh, he's
Game shot
only
on
gone
the
and done it
fifth leg.
again.
Jared Cole.
2 legs won, both on the bullseye, on the back of ton plus combinations.
6th flag, it's Jared to throw first.
It's all or nothing so
Game on.
far for Jared Cole.
Feast or famine, isn't it?
108.
He only hit 2 180s
58.
on his first day here on Monday, and that was in the combination of his 9-dart finish. He has now hit 2
96.
180s in the first game on Wednesday. He did hit 6 yesterday, but
99.
And suddenly, Keegan Brown's been caught between the tailwind. Had a dart, didn't he, at double 18 in the previous leg. Thought he'd come back for 3 more. Cole takes out the 1-2-4. And suddenly, Jared on throw has put in a decent leg.
81.
this is a Formula One race. It's a change of tune here. It's like Jared Cole's on slick tyres and there's a bit of drizzle about, and Keegan Brown is still on the
84.
wets.
Jared, you require 144.
It's almost as if he's got his pit wall advice from Ferrari at this present moment in time.
Yeah, who don't seem to have a
44.
clue what they're doing, but there we go. For those F1 watchers out there.
Well, Keegan Brown's shirt does look like you put a Ferrari car in a wash
60.
alongside a white car.
Jared, you require 100.
Chubba 19 leads the double. A double which previously he elected to split
40.
when he didn't have to directly go for it.
$57. Jared, you require 60.
So Cole looking at 60, and if he doesn't get this, Keegan Brown leads himself on the Gary Neville finish.
Game shot.
Double 10, bottom corner,
Jared Cole.
and we go all the way.
Yeah, that was in the bottom corner because he'd moved across to the left, threw his second
7
dart,
from
and then
final
didn't go
leg.
back
It's
to his
Keegan
normal
to
throwing
throw
position.
first.
Stayed
Come on.
that sort of 2 foot across. And so then when he went back across at the 10s, he's a little bit further away than he usually would have been.
60.
So rather fortunate that he hit the bottom corner, but in is in.
If it's by the barest of margins, by the barest of
60.
margins. The ball just about crosses the line. It means exactly the same as if it's
140.
thumped into the top bins. Just ask Aston Villa last night.
100.
Yeah, I have to say, being a neutral in that game, that was a good game. And you feel a touch unfortunate for Aston Villa there. They didn't take it a bit further into extra time, maybe.
60.
For Jared, this could end up being a horrible week, not just on the dartboard, but on a football front. A keen Tottenham Hotspur fan
100.
could see his arch rivals Arsenal beat Real Madrid and make the Champions League semi-finals. And they're in a little bit of trouble, Tottenham, in the Europa League against Eintracht Frankfurt. And he's in a bit of trouble here because Keegan Brown has left himself on
45.
120 and he's
Keegan,
going to
you
get
require 120.
6 starts from here to win the match. Treble tops, not to be, but he's got plenty of time and he's going to leave himself in a decent position.
Token gesture for Tops, wasn't it? To try and leave without sort of over-risking it and going off the top of the board.
60. Keegan,
Jared's
you
had
require
no
60.
luck here at all in this last leg.
Keegan Brown has done
Game shot
everything
and the
right in the
match.
last
Keegan
leg.
Brown.
And he now moves to the top of the Group A table. He had to stave off a spirited display from Jared Cole. A couple of ton plus checkouts in there. But Keegan Brown was best able to keep it together when it matters most. He'd led 3-1. He was pegged back. But he wins in a last leg decider. And he moves to the top of the table, ahead of Christian Perez's clash against Johan Gildenhuys. A win for the Filipino will put him back to the top of the pile by a couple of points. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Keegan Brown moved to the top of the table with a 4-3 victory over Jared Cole. Next up for us, it is Christian Perez and Johan Gildenhuys going toe-to-toe on the live lounge stage. Now, Johan has been really impressive over the course of the first couple of days, playing at around a base of a 90 average, the African qualifier on debut. And if he carries on playing like this, I am sure we are going to see plenty of him here in Portsmouth as the years move along. Up against Christian Perez, who spending a few more weeks in the United Kingdom before heading back to the Philippines. The 43-year-old who called playing here at the Super Series a dream come true when he made his debut on Monday morning. He won 4 out of 5 on Monday, kept a hold of a 2-point lead at the top of the table at the end of yesterday's play, despite maybe not replicating the levels of the opening
First leg, it's Johan to throw first.
matches of his week.
Game on.
But he has been gazumped at the top of the table by Keegan Brown because of that last leg success against Jared Cole. And this, you get the sense a really tricky opener because on both days, Johan Gildenhuys has kicked off okay and has shown signs that he is a much better player than his lonely position of 5th in the table tends to suggest.
Yeah, very much so. And I think Johan is also very aware of the situation that Christian Perez finds himself in. I had a good chat with Johan last night after the session, and really likeable lad. Knows kind of where he wants to go and what he wants to do with the game from here. And you never know, maybe somebody will see him here and take a fancy to back him, because what we've seen so far this week, he's a big scorer and there's a bit of a development to be made with him, but I think his attitude when you talk to him, his attitude when you watch him play on the board, he's very headstrong. He doesn't seem to take in too much what's going on around him, and I think a work in progress type player I would call him, but he's definitely got levels. There's no two ways about it, because he's been doing the numbers here.
I get the sense Johan is somebody that, and it's easier said than done because of the geography and getting players over from certain regions to the United Kingdom. But I get the sense that he's the type of player that if we saw here, series in, series out, and we saw him in a regular spot, we would see him improve to a point where he would be someone that becomes a first name on the list.
And we forget that because of the country is so vast where he's from, he said locally he's playing people doing 56 to 60 averages is the best competition that gets near him. And he said, without being rude, he said, it's not really pushing me. I have to travel hours and hours to be in a competition to find people up around 70, 80, 90 average that are going to push him.
100.
So that's his kind of next step as he can afford it. And he's trying to sort of move around so that he can play in the best darts that he can. And he sees it coming here as, a massive bonus and a massive opportunity, which is how Devon explains it from the country that they're from and how he explains it. And so he wants to take this opportunity and maybe get back here again as an invite.
Game shot on the first leg, Johan Gildenhuys.
Or qualify again to come back here from his nation. So, this is definitely not the end for Johan. This is the start of what he hopes to be a long darting journey.
And he's going to be better by playing better plays, and better plays game in, game out.
100.
We were kind of speaking about it on another point, weren't we, about when players make that transition from Challenge Tour to Pro Tour, that naturally you get better because you have to play better because the clientele you're with forces that level out of you.
Yeah, and that's what he's chasing. His dream would be to be able to stay here and play Challenge Tour, worst case scenario. But again, the UK-based players find that easy to have a job and jump on the Challenge Tour and do the ADC Tour and playing good standards continually. And we seem to overlook it as UK-based players. We overlook it. Where some of these guys, the American guys that come over, traveling 2 and 3 hours to a Super League match and, you know, because of the vast sizes of their countries, we don't realise how easy
140.
or how much more of an advantage it is to be here in the UK or Europe to find a better standard of darts. We haven't ever got to travel too far.
100. Christian, you require 160.
Well, Gildenhuys have a good first leg. And has left himself on a 2-darter after 9 on leg 2 to get the break, forcing Perez to take out the 161. He did get a clutch 160 against Jared Cole yesterday. He's not going to find something similar here. And 90. So Gildenhuys will be back 90. For 90 to get the break of throw and open up a 2-leg lead, and to ensure that the start to the day is a perfect one for Keegan Brown. Decided to go 18 to the first start, which meant that the possibility of the balls after a couple of singles was off. He's left himself on 36, and he's hopeful that Perez cannot find the 71. .53 left, so 13 tops. Tops it is for a level match.
51.
Toss drags low.
And
the biggest difference from day 1 to day 2 for Christian Perez was his doubling. It was 42% on Monday, 34% yesterday. And Johan Gildenhuys with a 13-darter gets the break of throw. By contrast, he's 2 from 2 on the doubles and looking very comfortable, very assured. 100.2 the average, 30 darts for the first 2 legs. And he has this match exactly where he wants it.
Yeah, and you think, well, that's not a big percentage to drop, but it is 1 dart every leg. It's 1 dart a double every leg, that the percentage you're dropping. And generally, that's that last dart, and whether it goes in or whether it doesn't go in. And then that affects your running average. It affects everything. So although it doesn't sound like it's dropped much, and it's only the 1 dart, but it's that 1 dart that wins you the game or loses you the game. Because you do only have to be 1 dart better in any leg.
45.
I saw evidence to suggest that in the previous match.
$60.
It has numbers yesterday. 89.81 was his average for the day. But I suppose the Achilles heel was the doubling. 15 from 51, 29%. To put that in comparison, the other top 4 players in the group all had doubling percentages better than 1 in 3. As Perez finds a maximum there to half the score.
Yeah, gives it a little fist pump as well. He knows the situation he's in here. And Johan knows the situation that Christian is in, because speaking to Johan yesterday, he said if he can win this first game, he knows that maybe he could put himself back in the mix.
Johan, you require 116.
So you're going to add a ton topper to the mix,
98.
just on the inside.
Christian, you require 95.
So Perez back for 95 to bring it back to 2-1.
I have a feeling if Perez loses this, I think we really do have a dogfight at the top. A big dogfight at the top that's going to go right to the end of the day.
This is this one. It really brings into play Lorenzo, Pronk and John Henderson. Johan Gildenhuys only be a couple of points off, but he's got a big issue when it comes to his...
This fella has made an absolute error here.
63. Johan, you require 18.
Oh, miscalculation for Perez. Is it going to be duly punished by Gildenhuys?
Yeah, it wasn't a miscalculation. He went for a 13 on 45, which in the situation, 13, 11, 14. They're all difficult numbers to hit in a nervy situation. You're already 2-0 down. Just take that out of the equation, hit the 5 and go for the tops. Makes sense for me on 45. But is he going to get away with it? He has got away with it.
Leg, Christian Perez.
You know, that was a bit of a ball management mistake for me.
Fourth flag.
He fist clenches his chest there and gives it a bit of that, but he wants to get his little finger out and put it on his ear hole and go, it's in between your ears, mate. You got to do it right.
.58. .40.
I do feel that Perez has a game plan here. He's taken the pace out of the game again. We saw him do it a couple of times yesterday to his advantage. Johan's a quicker player. And Johan noticed that he did it to him yesterday. And their previous results, they are one apiece for Monday and Tuesday.
58.
Is this game just beginning to meet in the middle a little bit? Johan Gildenhuys flew out the traps. Led 2-0. Looked very comfortable at 2-0 as well. Christian Perez putting the last one back, and now on throw is dominating this fourth leg. And beginning to find more big scores, more two-treble visits, and asking more pertinent questions of his South African opponent, leaving himself on 112 to level this game up at 2 apiece. But credit goes where credit's due for Johan Gildenhuys. That maximum there leaves him on a finish as well.
Yeah, but you still back yourself on the 112. Where's he off to now? Yeah, off the treble. 12.
Johan, you require 142.
My feeling is if this goes in the first treble, he'll stay there. Not to be. Blocked his way a little bit. Going to go and try and go around the outside. And this is where most players sometimes then make a mistake trying to loop one over the top and it goes into the 1 of 5, but not this time. Perez back for the 60 then.
Big dart.
40.
And potentially a big miss because Gildenhuys is back for 82 to get the break and open up a 3-1 advantage in this match.
Single 17 then for double top.
Game shot,
and he nails it.
Johan
Bit of a fist pump. He knows that's a big leg. In the context of this match.
Fifth flag, it's Johan.
Again, I thought a little bit risky ball management. Maybe go on treble 14, leave yourself the 68, 18 for ball. You've got to get a dart, something to win legs. And so sometimes the ball route is very risky. And some say, well, you've got to back yourself and you've got to believe you can hit a 25. But so much can go wrong. And the size of the 14 is a much bigger target.
96.
That's just my old school line of thought, that is.
Well, this is music to the ears of Keegan Brown, who won the opening game of the session and could see his rival at the top of the table drop points in the first game of his. It would mean that it would be advantage the needle by way of legs difference following the first round of fixtures. Both players would be tied on 14 points, but Keegan with a better return in that particular department. Also won 6 more legs as things stand to Christian.
60. $59. $22. 100.
Both these players from a side angle, you can see from their throws, they don't move their body very much at all. It's all about the arm,
140.
pivot at the elbow,
Christian, you
and the
require
release.
146. Johan, you
Good pick
require
up for the last to
134.
leave himself on 46, single to double to get the break. If Gildenhuys cannot find the 134 for the match, he's unable to get on this particular occasion. So Perez will return to reduce the
58.
gap back down
Christian,
to
you
1 again.
require 46.
Just about in. The single numbers on combinations are just causing Christian Perez 1 or 2 problems.
30.
The double 16's not found.
Johan, you require
And so as a
66.
consequence, Jürgen Gildenhuys is back for the match.
And because of that dodgy dart at the single number and only just being in, it affected his next 2. He's staying there. Double 8.
60.
Width of
Christian,
a
you
wire
require
away.
16.
Perez dodges a bullet. Now 3 darts in his hand to take out the 16. And on Monday, you'd have said yes, he would take it out. Yesterday, you'd be 50-50. What is it today?
Game shot on the 5th
Spot
leg.
on.
Christian Perez.
Battling for his Group A life here, isn't he? Perez, he
Flag
knows
is
how
Christian
important
to
this
the
game is.
first. Game on. $60. $108.
Maxi for Gildenhuys, his third of the contest. He's been the main man when it's come to maximum hitting this week.
$60.
It's another game where he's hit 3 or more 180s in a contest.
100.
Yeah, he's hit 2180 so far this week, Johan. That was number 20, just hit.
$140.
If he plays the full 5 days and he carries on hitting 180s to the volume that he has done, the tournament 180 record for a single week could be under severe threat. Now, the record is 65.
135.
And perhaps there's no prizes in guessing that Luke Little is the holder of that record. That was back in Series 4 Week A back in June 2023. But he carries on hitting 180s like this and he plays the full week. There's a very good chance that record could be broken.
140.
More importantly and
Yeah,
more
you
pertinently
require
for him
86.
here, he's left himself on 86 after 9 to complete a 4-2 success against Christian Perez. Could get it done with 11 darter. Will get it done with an 11 darter. And once again, Johan Gildenhuys gets out the gates with a golden performance. A disappointing start for Christian Perez. Defeating his opening match means it's advantage Keegan Brown at the top of the Group A table. Good performance everywhere you look. 91 average, 3 180s, 4 from 9 on the doubles for Johan Gildenhuys. He's beaten Christian Perez by 4 legs to 2, which means opportunity knocks for Lorenzo Pronk and John Henderson.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie, you
Time on his
require
side
$60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie,
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie,
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw
you
the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the
gets
job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Johan Gildenhuys got the better Christian Perez by 4 legs to 2. Our third game is a meeting between John Henderson and Lorenzo Pronk. A meeting of the Netherlands and Scotland to round off the first round of fixtures. Lorenzo, 31 years of age, from The Hague in the Netherlands, making his debut in this competition up against a man who's been here, done it, won it and worn the t-shirt on more than one occasion. John Henderson, twice a weekly winner, 51 years of age, the former World Seniors champion, the Highlander from Huntly, and he is on the hunt for one of the top spots in the group. First things first, Group B will be his priority, but if he can win this opening match, he may well see himself flirt a little bit with Christian Perez and Keegan Brown
First leg, it's Lorenzo to the
at the top of the group. But it does feel like for both of these players with 10 points to their name following the first 2 days worth of play, that this first game of the third and final session of this group is going to be ultra important. If they're going to have realistic chances of winning this Group A, you get the sense they're going to have to get out the traps quick and get out of the traps of a win. Both players, well, they have set their stall out, haven't they, very, very quickly.
Yeah, it does look that way.
59.
Couple of 140s to open.
$96.
Lorenzo played very, very well yesterday.
42.
Actually had the highest running average of all the players in this group. 91.22 was his overall daily average. His doubling was good as well. 14 hits from 40 attempts. 35% on his doubling over the course of the day. Played some really good stuff. And posed questions of Christian Perez for a long while, but was just unable to get results towards the latter end of the day. He beat Christian Perez 4-1 in his final match, but it was the
106.
2 games before that which caused him problems as he looks at 160 here to take out the opening leg, not to be on this occasion. And so,
100.
having left
John, you
himself on
require
60, he's hopeful that
148.
Henderson hasn't got a big ton topper in the locker. And luckily for him, he hasn't.
83. Lorenzo, you require 60. Game shot on the first leg. Lorenzo Pronk.
He had to have a little guiding look round. He had to take Jack Garwood, our
Second leg,
referee's
it's John to the
word for that.
first.
I don't think he could see
Game
where
on.
the point was on the dart. He knew the dart was close by the angle it was in the board, Lorenzo, but he couldn't dictate whether it was actually in
45.
or not.
$97. $57. $140. $100. $54. $83. $135.
Well, 135 Lorenzo leads himself on 75 after a dozen darts.
60. Lorenzo, you require 75.
And this for the break and for a 2-0 lead in the contest. Treble 17 leads himself double 12. Double
shot
12
on the
he's got. And that's a
second
14
leg, Lorenzo
darter.
Pronk.
And this is a good start for Lorenzo Pronk. 2 for 2 on the doubles. A couple of decent legs. He's
Third
2-0
leg,
to the
it's
good
Lorenzo
against
to
John
the very
Henderson,
first.
who at this present
Game on.
moment in time is struggling to get out the traps.
$58. $108.
I was just about to say that Hendo hasn't really found his scoring boots yet, and then right on cue he gets a 180.
Commentators
57.
curse is alive and well.
Yeah, but on that situation, John won't mind. For
95.
those people who can't see Henry and I've just put my hand across his mouth after the first dart went in the treble 20.
100.
Because we know he loves to tempt fate.
$85. $42.
Well, Henderson's left himself a
require
1-4-1, but he's done it 3
141.
darts later than everybody else would have liked. Hendo won't care because there's a potential route back into this match because
100.
not just is he potentially on the cusp of getting a leg on the board, but he could do so for a break or throw, and so the match will return to the darts, and Henderson will have an opportunity to level up at 2
You
apiece.
require 41.
Yeah, he's remained positive, hasn't he?
Yeah,
Off to his
shot on the
go-to
third
double,
leg,
which is
John
double
Henderson.
top. Nicely done. 14 dart break of throw.
Fourth leg, it's John to the first.
He'd love another one of
Game on.
those right now because that would mean his opponent, Lorenzo Pronk, would have to go out
140.
in 12, which I'm not saying he's not capable of. We've seen his capabilities this week so far.
121.
I like the way that Lorenzo plays. And obviously, yesterday he got sent who he plays with in his local leagues.
42.
It's nice to see Joey Tenberg's name there. Joey Tenberg was a teen sensation back in the day.
108.
He still plays in the single league alongside Lorenzo. Top man, Joey Tenberg. Used to be my daughter's favourite player, funny enough. Handsome little devil.
Well, 10 points is what both players are on at this present moment in time. Lorenzo Pronk looking to move on to a dozen. The winner will move on to a dozen points. But Henderson, who did the hard work of getting the break in the previous leg, has
26.
allowed Lorenzo Pronk the opportunity to return the favour here. He's got 6 darts on 120 to open up a 3-1 lead. Now, that first dart's awkward. And possibly if Henderson was on a finish, he may have been tempted to go a couple of bullseyes, but it would have been impractical in that particular position. He's half the score. He's going to get a couple of tops upon his return, providing he stays straight. That is the first dart that correlates so well for Hendo. Now 140 does just change the complexion of this leg a little bit, leaving himself on a 2-darter. But it's rendered irrelevant. Second 14-darter of the match for Lorenzo Pronk to move himself 3-1 to the good.
Yeah, good finishing again from Pronk. He's 3 from 3 in this one. Hendo's 1 from 1, but he just can't seem to get himself a dart at it. Lorenzo running on a 91 average with Hendo just 41. Back on an 86. Also saw Hendo last night. Did ask him about this new sort of flight combo on his darts, which he's trying this week for the first time, and obviously practicing with them a bit. He's not obviously come straight out and gone, oh, I'll throw him in for Monday. Yeah, what a great idea. Players don't tend to do that. They tend to practice with it at home first, but you never really know a change of setup until you play with it in a match situation.
108.
There we go. 180, number 90 for the week.
Well, that's the setup Hendo has been using all week. But it's Lorenzo Pronk who has set himself up with the opportunity to win this match. 6 darts at 140, and the first dart of the treble's beautiful for a second to follow. Was unable to find, but he's got the next best prize. Tops left after 12, average in excess of 95. Hasn't missed a dart to the double at any point in this contest. It's been a really good performance out the gate for Lorenzo Pronk. There was a lot of people that were saying a lot of good things about him prior to entering this competition, and we are seeing the fruits of that labour here as he pins the double 10 for a third 14-darter of the match to get the better of John Henderson by 4 legs to 1. He stretches out his hands and he's flexing out his muscles, isn't he? And he's a couple of points behind the top 2 of Keegan Brown and Christian Perez, and he could be the player to look out for today. He could be the one that makes that late charge. An average of 94.09, 4 from 5 on his doubles. A 4-1 victory for Lorenzo Pronk against John Henderson. Jared Cole and Johan Gildenhuys is game 4 after the break.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time. one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we have completed the first 3 games worth of play on this Wednesday morning. A win for Keegan Brown and a defeat for Christian Perez means that Keegan's now gone to the top of the group, level on points with Perez. But look out for Lorenzo Pronk. He got off to a very good start before the break, beating John Henderson 4-1. Averaging in excess of 94 and 4 out of 5 on the doubles. He could well be the one to look out for. And look at his legs difference as well. Very healthy on +9. Right, let's get into the second round's worth of fixtures. And we're going to watch 2 of the bottom 3 in the group go head-to-head as Johan Gildenhuys and Jared Cole go toe-to-toe. But Johan's been much better than a player that's in 4th position in the table. And got off to a really good start. Beat Christian Perez by 4 legs to 2 in his opening game. Average in excess of 91 in that particular contest, including 4 out of 9 on the doubles, including 3 180s in that contest. For Jared Cole, it felt very feast or famine for him in his opening performance. Found a couple of ton plus checkouts, found a couple of 180s. But I suppose with Jared, it's a case of he's not really been able to wrap everything together. There's been moments, there's been sparks, but then he hasn't been able to then follow that up this week.
Yeah, I think the first game today sort of summed him up. He absolutely bossed the first leg, bossed the second leg, didn't get out. And then the game became a bit of a struggle for him. Then he managed to get into it and had a really sort of poor last leg. I'd say poor last leg. It'd be harsh to say that, but because he was against the darts and Keegan had such a good one. But he ended up losing out 4-3 when he had a couple of opportunities there where, 9 darts at a double, he would expect to get it in 1 or 2. He wouldn't be expecting to go 9 darts. So
now Jared's changed his darts from game 1 to game 2. He's been playing with a prototype dart for the first couple of days, but has now gone back to an old set following his opening defeat.
57. Johan, you require 145.
Which I say, I liked what he was doing with the other set. He was doing some good stuff. He had 9 darter with him.
131.
So for me, I'm wondering why he changed. Johan had a really stonking attempt there.
Well, Johan
70.
At the 145. Sorry,
you
yeah.
require 14.
Yeah, he's got out of the gate very quickly here, Johan. 7 left after just a dozen, and he's found a 13 dart breaker throw to win the opening leg.
Yeah, so now that Jared has swapped darts,
It's Johan to throw first.
is Jared now thinking the dart of the problem, or is he actually being able to take in that actually Johan had a great leg there?
$140.
There's an argument to suggest that when you're in Jared's position, if you're working with new equipment like he is, this is actually the perfect opportunity to work them in because you've got nothing to play for. So actually you can find out a little bit more about the extremities of it.
140.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. I totally agree. And looking at the dart, it looks a very similar dart, just a slightly different grip. Whereas it looked like a more pixelated grip on the new dart, and this one's more of a rectangular pixelated
49.
type grip with raised bits and low bits on a very similar basis. So, but you and I both know we're crazy dart players between our ear holes, and it's what we tell ourselves, what you feel more comfortable with.
100.
And I've got to say, I've got another set of prototypes winging its way to me, so I can't really talk.
58. Johan, you require 72.
Well, let's not take anything away from the really good start that Johan Gildenhuys has made to this match. 14 darts, a 2-0 lead, and an average of 111.33. He can play.
It's Jared to throw first.
And Jared could be throwing Luke Littler darts, and that's the only way that they might help him if they go like Luke's.
140.
That's better.
Would also help if you had Luke Littler throwing them as well.
Or just borrow his arm for the afternoon or whatever.
100.
Yeah, definitely.
Surely he's got that insured by now.
And how much would that cost? An absolute fortune. So why would you bother?
Cost him an arm and a leg.
140.
Oh, don't laugh at him. Please, viewers. To Pluto TV, don't start switching off yet.
140.
Didn't David Beckham have his right foot insured?
96.
Yeah, I think it was stupid money, but again, why would you insure it? Okay, yeah, if you bust, he's made his money. Why would you? You know what I mean?
140. Jared, you require 125.
That would have been millions, wouldn't it?
Job 20 tops. Tots are third tub plus checkout of the day. He's won 4 legs today, as Jared Cole, and 3 of them have come by way of tub plus checkouts. When it's there, it's very much there, but the shake of the head tells you that it's just not quite been there on as consistent enough basis as he would have liked.
I love him as a person, and I love him as a player.
140.
And like I say, that was sort of like a little bit more nonchalant and not trying from him. It was more like, I know I can play this game, and he just eased off and threw with freedom. Easy to do when you're practicing, but you know, you talk to people and they go, "Oh, you want to see what I'm doing on the practice board?" It's just throwing with freedom with no pressure. When you then get somebody to stand up against you, the pressure is applied, and there's heaps of pressure going against Jared here. 118.71 for Johan.
And he hasn't hit a 180 yet, so it's not as if he's done it with a barrage of big scoring like that. In fact, he hasn't hit a 3 treble score in the match. But I'll tell you what he has done, Johan Gildenhuys. He has hit 10 scores of 2 trebles in this contest, and he's on for a potential 11 darter here to open up a 3-1 lead.
Johan, you require 81.
And the way he goes about his business so understatedly is he's playing to this extremely high level, and people hardly batter an eyelid.
68.
Yeah, here's the top average here at the Super Series is held by Daryl Pilgrim. That was a 122.69, and
123.
that was against Denny Aldercoulter.
13.
Pilgrim ironically holds the highest losing average as well with 118 against
9.
Scott Taylor.
Jared, you require 105.
Well, Jared Cole here looking at 105 to level this game up at 2 apiece. Triple 18 would have left the double. Gildenhuys back for double 2.
93. Johan, you require
And those misses there
4.
a few moments ago actually decimated his average down to just a measly 110.5. But that 16 data puts him 3-1 in front, average of 108. Jared's brought his average up to an excess of 90.
5th flag, it's
but
Jared to throw first.
He looks absolutely locked in, and he looks like he's playing at the absolute peak of his powers.
100.
Yeah, and he wants to be locked in on that because he knows that whichever group he ends up in, He wants the people that are walking into that group go, whoa, we've got to keep our eye on Johan.
57.
He's doing everything right for me. You know, his goal is to progress to the Saturday final. He doesn't care how he does it.
81.
Whether it's going through at top of Group A, which probably looks a little bit out of his control at the minute. A lot of results would have to go his way for him mathematically to get there.
100.
But that was his aim today, and his aim for the week is to get to the Saturday night and find out what that's about.
100.
He's been taking some... He's been chatting with Devon. Devon's been back in South Africa playing in a few qualifiers, and he's bumped into Johan, and they've had a chat about this, and Simon as well. Been giving him a little bit of advice, Simon Adams, about what the place is about.
140.
Credit here, though, to Jared. He's just beginning to find an extra gear a little bit. He's left himself an 80 after 12 to bring it back to 3-2 and to force the issue of Johan Gildenhuys. As well as the South African he's playing, Jared will be hoping that minimum requirement is he has to win it with his darts. And if you can find this double fire, that is exactly what's going to happen. But a miss has opened up the door for Johan to win this game for 109 checkout, averaging 106.5.
93. Jared, you require 10.
You have to say it's now or never for Cole.
No score.
But
Johan, you
neither of those three
16.
darts at double 5 came close to the target, and so Johan Gildenhuys will come back for double 8 to put the wrap on what has been a superb display. 105.18 is the average, and that now means that every single day this week, Johan Gildenhuys has had a ton-plus average. He has beaten Jared Cole by 4 legs to 1. That's 2 wins and 2 now for the South African. That moves him up to 3rd place, and importantly as well, has helped his legs difference out, plus 2 on the board there. Next up, John Henderson takes on Keegan Brown. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. For the break, Johan Gildenhuys got the better of Jared Cole by 4 legs to 1 in our 4th game of the session. Game 5 is a meeting between Keegan Brown and John Henderson. And yes, you know what this means. Big cup, little cup. And one of these players would be hoping to win the cup come Saturday night. Keegan already knows what it's like to win a cup this year. His beloved Newcastle United won the Carabao Cup earlier on this season. And he'll be hoping to be taking the trophy back to the Isle of Wight. And he has asked me, has Keegan, does the Isle of Wight count as a country represented at the Super Series? I had to very swiftly tell him, no, it does not.
But because he lives over there and he has to keep going back and forwards across water, it probably does feel like another country.
57. $136.
John Henderson, a performance at the beginning of the session. I mean, he averaged 84, but it just felt like he was restricted to opportunity because of how good Lorenzo Pronk was, as opposed to maybe him struggling to get out the gate.
13. $134.
For Keegan, this is a big game.
43.
He would have looked at John as being one of his targets for the group and having to beat him twice over the week if he was going to get through
59.
top of Group A. And at the moment, Keegan has beat him twice already this week, and probably this is the most important one that he needs to get him
John, you require
here on day 3
170.
as we come to the end of Group A in week 12.
86.
It's going to be one of the 12 here this week that joins and makes that last name in the group of 12 for Champions Week next week. Which we can tell you, the Saturday night for Champions Week is already sold out. All the tickets are gone.
84.
The only place you will be able to see it is here live on Pluto TV.
And incredibly, it's a night that John Henderson hasn't played in yet. He'll be hoping to change that fact in Series 10. As he pins the double 11 to hold the throw. Keegan did beat Jared in his opening match, but I think it's very fair to say it was far from a vintage performance in that particular encounter. And he's also got off to a bit of a sluggish start here against John Henderson. Not that the alarm bells will be ringing at this present moment in time.
119.
But he will know that as the day goes along, he's going to have to find a little bit more by way of performance.
83.
Mentioned Champions Week. The 11 players already in the hat. Alex Small, Jensen Walker, Sam Spivey, a.k.a. Spivey Man. We got the former WDF World Champion, Shane McGurk.
96.
The reigning World Champion. Sorry, Shane, I'm giving you a disservice, pal. Reese Robinson, Scott Campbell, Derek Coulson, Devon Peterson, Mervyn King, and the two Davies, Davies and Evans.
100. Keegan, you require 143.
Looking at 143 here, Keegan, and he's got 6 starts on this point to level up at 1 apiece.
95. 100. 100.
222 could be a dodgy
require
number. You don't want to hit
48.
60, but with Hendo hitting the 61st start, he didn't have to worry. And he
Games
doesn't have
on
to
the
worry
second
anymore
leg.
about this
Keegan
leg with
Brown.
Keegan hitting double 16 to take leg number 2.
Third leg, it's John to the row first. Game on.
Much better leg than Keegan Brown. 14 darter for the needle. Who's certainly looking
85.
to inject some life upon his Wednesday. Of course, as I mentioned, he's got that luxury of heading home if he is to make it through.
58.
He was actually saying this morning, because he's been travelling from the ferry port back over to then get here, he was talking about some of the choppy waters that he's
60.
been encountering.
Have you ever been on the hovercraft, Henry?
Many a time, and it is, put it this way, it's not for those that
177.
suffer with seasickness.
I went on a hovercraft back in the very early 80s. I was only 10 or 11. From Dover to
100.
Boulogne, and I thought the roof was coming in. It was one of those with the 4 props on the roof, one of the old style ones. You probably used to see going across here from Leon Solent down here somewhere, and
58.
yeah, that was absolute bone shaker, that was, and I've never been on one since. So I would like to go on a more modern one.
For context of viewers that may have no idea what a hovercraft
140.
is, it's a type of boat which takes people from Portsmouth to the Isle of Wight. And I can tell you now, going on it is the equivalent of
85.
going up and down
You
a
require
very, very
116.
bumpy road is probably the best way of describing it.
Or a normal road if you live in Hampshire with the potholes that are in every road
60.
at the minute.
Keegan, you require 123.
Other counties and potholes are available.
Keegan Brown looking at the ball. Unable to get the ball,
80.
and so Henderson will be back
John, you
for
require
56 to open up a 2-1 lead in this contest. Double top.
16.
Doesn't go, and so
Keegan,
Brown
you
is back for
require
43. Well, the 9 leads double 17.
9.
Was not
John,
how
you
he designed
require
it.
40.
And Henderson looking at tops for 2-1.
Game shot on the third leg.
And he
John
opens
Henderson.
up a lead in this match.
Fourth leg, it's Keegan to the row first. Game on. $136.
I have known of players to have spent a day on the Isle of Wight when they've had a bit of spare time at the Super Series, whether they're playing a Group B campaign or they've won the Group A and had a couple of days off. I'm sure Jim Long went to the Isle of Wight once.
81.
I did a week or so ago. I loved it. Absolutely loved it. Lovely sunny weather out there. They promote it as one of the
108.
sunniest places in the UK.
Wow. Jared Cole on Monday treated us to the 9 dart leg. Is Hendo going to do something similar on
140.
Wednesday?
John, you require 141.
Yes, he's still on. Oh. Not to be. Roy Smile from Keegan Brown in the background. Roy Smile from Hendo as well. It was a good effort.
83.
Keegan's left 144 and there's a 9 next to his name. Shall we pretend it's for a 9? As Hendo apologises for not hitting. Shall we pretend it's for a 9? Yes. Yes. Double 12. Of course it was going to go.
Keegan Brown.
Henderson couldn't hit the 9, but Keegan Brown takes out a combo you can hit for a 9.
Fifth leg, it's John to
What
the
an
first.
exchange.
Game on.
Oh, if I had me flat cloth cap on, I'd be donning it right now. What a lovely shot from Keegan Brown. He adds that to his 130 from Monday and a 142 from yesterday.
134.
Well, suddenly this has turned into a proper ding-dong, hasn't it?
81.
It's a proper bare knuckle dust up. That's what it is.
Well, they were
99.
jabbing for the first few legs, but now they are landing some serious punches. So it's going to be another haymaker from Hendo.
100.
Third 180 of the match. His average ticking just underneath the ton mark. And has something just clicked for John Henderson? Has it suddenly just clicked in this one
92.
game?
John, you require.
And if it has, you have to say it's the really bad time for Keegan Brown for it to be happening to him. It's just one of those where
Game shot of fifth leg. John Henderson.
tops. 52 in a
Sixth
month's
flag is
time, and
Keegan
he's
to the
playing like a
reverse.
teenager.
Game on.
And suddenly there is a frown on the face of Keegan Brown.
136.
He's gone from golden brown to
26.
brown with a frown.
$58.
So I do like Keegan's darts. That black combination with the brown, with the pink little
Six.
stripe on there, the matches shirt.
$97. $78.
Well, Brown here, 210 points away from sending this game all the way to a last leg
58.
decider. Really has had some ebbs and flows, hasn't it, this particular encounter?
$64. Keegan, you require 152.
Brown looking at 152 to take us all the way, and he's got 6 darts from this particular point to do exactly that.
96. $60. Keegan, you require 56.
Two tens,
Game
3-3.
shot of sixth flag.
And
Keegan
we
Brown.
have a level match.
7th and final leg. It's John to throw first. Game on. $55. $97.
Keegan Brown with his foot on the gas here.
$119.
We've got a proper drag race because here comes Hendo.
Well, this has been far from a stinker, has it?
100. $121.
And Keegan really getting to the end of the follow through here.
140.
He's leaving nothing behind, is he?
Henderson hoping 6 from 206 here.
$59. Keegan, you require 164.
164 for Keegan Brown to get the job done. He did a couple of treble 19s to leave himself the ball not to be on this particular occasion, and so Henderson will be back for 147.
82.
And I suppose when you consider it's Judgment Day in terms of qualifying for the World Snooker Championship today, it's an appropriate finish for him to win the match. Treble 17 is not got, and so Brown will return for 82 to complete a 4-3 victory, which would, for the first time in this group, actually put him at the top of the table by a margin of points if he can pin double top.
62.
And a failure to get means that Hendo comes back.
60.
Yeah, and he knows that the writing could be on the wall here.
There's an awkwardness about this tops. But tops is got for John Henderson to bring to an end what has been a high-quality affair between himself and Keegan Brown. A 4-3 victory, threatened the 9. Did John Henderson in that particular match. All smiles between the pair as they depart the stage. Henderson a 4-3 winner, Keegan Brown a much better performance but couldn't get the results. And so it's opened up the door once again for Christian Perez to move a couple of points clear. But if Lorenzo Pronk wins this game, then he goes to the top of the table. Incredible drama. We'll be back in a second.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Got
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got it, the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
The big Dutchman is on the horizon. But Shane McGurk is the Week 4 champion.
And the Week 4 Modus
The Irishman
Super
downs Danny Van
Series
Truyck by 4
champion.
legs to 2 in the final.
Shane McGurk is into Champions Week, the reigning WDF World Champion. And he'll be hoping to add another major title to his collection. Could be 2 within the space of 6 months if he could pick up the trophy next Saturday. Gets underway on Bank Holiday Monday. It's a 9:30 start. So what better way to, well, try and recover after overindulging on some Easter eggs on Easter Sunday than watching the darts on Monday. And who knows, maybe treating yourself with the leftover Easter eggs that are left in the collection that you couldn't nibble on Sunday. Well, we've got quite the week ahead of us here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And
game on.
The star of it so far is in action here. Christian Perez could move 2 points clear at the top of the table with victory against Lorenzo Pronk. In fact, the winner of this game will go to the top of the table regardless of what happens. For Lorenzo Pronk, this is a 4-pointer. Wins this, he goes top of the table. Loses it, he's 4 points adrift in 4th position. And suddenly the horizons will change from wanting to win Group A and be the favourite to win Group A to then possibly
45.
endure a campaign in Group C.
$98. 100.
For Christian, he lost out 4-2 to Johan Gildenhuys in the opening match of his day. Johan did play
93.
well, averaging in excess of 91 in that contest. Christian, an average of 84.53, 2 from 8 when it came to his finishing in that particular contest.
80.
But Lorenzo was superb against John Henderson. 94 average, 4 from 5 on the doubles. Didn't really give Hendo a glimmer of an opening at any point or any stage of that particular contest.
45.
But that single 20 there, a miscalculation for Perez. Left himself on 165. He's going to get away with it because
96.
Lorenzo couldn't find a couple of trebles.
$95. 140. Christian, you require 70.
Perez having a good, long, hard look at it. It's the first one. And we know he likes 8s and 4s.
Game shot on the
And
first.
that's exactly
leg.
what he's
Christian
done.
Perez. Second leg, it's Lorenzo.
I think he
to
may
throw
have dropped St.
first.
upon his return, which Jack
Game on.
Garwood has subsequently retrieved.
I don't know whether it was a stick of chalk or something, just to, or a
81.
little bit of wax. Let's try and investigate that before the next time that Christian appears.
100. 60. 85. 81. Check 62. 100. 100. 100. $48. Christian, you
So
require
this one's starting to settle
116.
down now. Perez now is coming out for the 16s. Tops up for 2-0.
Game shot on the
takes
second
it
leg.
nicely.
Christian Perez.
He already had a 116 shot yesterday as well in the same fashion.
Third leg, it's Christian to throw first.
He adds that to
Game on.
114 from Monday, a 111, and of course that big 160 yesterday as well.
Two 0 to the goods, and Lorenzo Pronk.
30.
Pronk, sorry. I've done it again. He's possibly being caught between the tailwinds. A little bit shaky for him right now.
46.
We've got a good commentary box here this week. You got the guy in double trouble week that forgot it was double in, and one that can't read.
Well, it's not so much can't read, more can't speak.
100.
Can't read to speak. Yeah, can't speak to read.
$83.
I'm just glad it's the things that I'm saying and not my appearance that people are talking about today.
Yeah, we're going to have to turn the comms off to do that. And
121.
I've got one for you. Get out of my pub.
100.
Funnily enough, I saw Keegan Brown in the barbers yesterday.
Did you?
Didn't get his hair cut, just came in for a chin whack.
It's nice, isn't it, when somebody comes in and just sits down behind and starts having a chat.
85.
We're having a haircut. It's good.
They saw what was being done and said, you know what, mate, I'll just leave it to your own devices.
105.
And was the barber laughing at the time?
It was a bit like that Specsavers advert, you know, when they shear the sheep, but in fact he shears the dog.
95. Lorenzo, you require
Yes, I do know that
167.
advert very well. Other farming-related adverts available. Almost a
87.
good visit there
Christian, you require 70.
from Lorenzo.
Looking at 70 to take out leg 3. Then to open up a 3-leg advantage in the match, he's going to get a dart in his hand, a double 16. He's not going to
38.
get on this occasion.
Lorenzo, you require
Lorenzo
80.
hasn't had a dart at a double so far in this contest. He should get one at the back of this 80 combo. Had to be careful not to catch.
6.
And then drags low on tops.
Christian, you require 32.
Yeah, a little bit disappointed with that effort you could see on his face, but it's Perez now for 3-0. Down on that side he loves.
Shot on the third leg. Christian
And then
Perez.
it goes. So Perez, is he going to be able to redeem himself from that first match of the day?
Fourth leg. It's Lorenzo to throw first.
Where Johan turned him over, gave Keegan Brown an opportunity to steal a march on him. Keegan then went and lost 4-3 to Hendo.
96.
And now Perez is looking more like he's going to head back to the top of the table by 2 points.
100.
I think we're going to have a wee bit of this all day long. With Brown and Perez.
99.
They do play each other, Keegan Brown and Perez, in game 9. A few games time, so don't go away.
140.
Stay with us here on Pluto TV.
$138.
Well, the 138 leaves Lorenzo on 68 to reduce the gap and reduce the deficit back down to 3-1 and force Christian Perez to serve the contest out.
45. Lorenzo, you require 68.
And he's got 6 darts on this particular point to do exactly that. And he's going to have a dart, a double top, and he pins the double top. And he gets himself back into the contest. And he has forced Christian Perez here to win this game on his darts in
It's
the
Christian
fifth.
to the row first. Game on.
Yeah, Christian won't mind that. He won't mind that at all. He'll feel that it's dictating his own fate. He's just got to hold his throw here.
$59. $81.
You want to get it done here as well. You don't want to be losing this one and then allowing Lorenzo to have the darts in the one after that and get himself up ahead of steam for the 7th and final leg. You want to get it done here.
$62.
But all the hard work that Lorenzo Pronk did in the previous leg to get himself back into the match, it feels like it's being undone here.
100.
Perez, a slender lead on foe, punishable with a big turn here from Lorenzo. Another treble here will make this leg very interesting indeed. Effectively, it forces Christian here on throw to hit a couple of trebles with this turn. If he doesn't, then you'd expect Lorenzo to be on a finish of some description.
$78.
Big fun with the last. But it's advantage Lorenzo Pronk to extend this game furthermore.
140.
Yeah, the darts have effectively been turned, and I sure as hell have now. Perez needs a double treble visit of his own, but it has to be a big double treble visit. And that is unfortunate.
94. Lorenzo,
A good switch there. You wonder why he didn't do it one dart earlier.
219 doesn't go, and so
38.
Christian Perez, who's already had the 116 in this match, is looking at the 112 to complete a 4-1 victory. We'll stay there. The treble would have left himself double 16, and so Lorenzo Pronk will be back. Looking at double top to bring it back to 3-2. The old double 1, double 19 play doesn't find it, and so Perez back for the match, looking at 54 to complete a 4-1 win. Double top. To move 2 points clear again at the top of the table. And double top is found. And Christian Perez moves in front once again at the top of the Group A table. The stumble that he had in his opening match hasn't seemingly derailed his progress through. And now he is favourite once again to win this particular group. And that probably spells the end of any floating thoughts that Lorenzo Pronk had of winning this particular group. Coming up after the break, it's a meeting between Jared Cole and John Henderson.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We've completed a couple of rounds worth of fixtures on this Wednesday morning, and before the break, Christian Perez sealed a 4-1 victory against Lorenzo Pronk. Prior to that, John Henderson beat Keegan Brown in 7, and Johan Gildenhuys beat Jared Cole by 4 legs on. In fact, Johan, if you look at the day's play, is the only player to have picked up perfect maximum points. He's a couple behind Christian Perez at the top of the table, and he will play Christian in a... He's already played Christian. He's already beaten Christian, hasn't he? Perez 16 points, Brown 14, Gildenhuys 14. Pronk and Henderson are both on 12, and Jared Cole is on 4 points at the bottom of the group, and he is in action up next against John Henderson, the Highlander, whose week, I think it's fair to say, has been a little bit up and down. The good stuff's been good,
First
but maybe that
leg, it's
consistency at
Jared
times
to
hasn't
throw
quite been there. But there
first.
was signs of life in that previous match against Keegan Brown, averaging in excess of 90. But the timing, more than anything, was perhaps John Henderson's strongest suit. 4 from 7 when it came to his doubling. For Jared, a change of darts didn't yield a change of fortunes, although it was a better performance against Johan Gildenhuys last time out.
100.
Yeah, it was, and it's strange. Who'd have thought a game between these two on Monday would be a bit of a dead rubber today? It's probably a couple of days where they both feel they've been
58.
a little bit unlucky at times and underperformed maybe at times, if they're being totally honest with themselves.
Well, it's
119.
a highly distinctive possibility that this could be a Group C fixture on Thursday and Friday, respectively.
There's also a distinct possibility that these two could have a tour card come February 2026.
It's just the way things pan out, and it's just been a case for these two this week. It just has not gone to plan, although Jared is beginning to find a bit of a better level.
Probably not the plans that they had, but maybe in the bigger picture.
67. Jared, you require 58.
There's a reason the plan has gone this way.
Game shot on the first leg.
Right, it's a
Jared
14
Cole.
darter to get up and running for Jared.
Second leg, it's John to throw first. Game on. $134. 60. $140.
Good second visit from Hendo there to back up the 134.
91.
Visit number 1. And I say this,
100.
it feels like a dead rubber, but don't forget the monetary value of position in the league. There's a value to what position you finish, and
58.
you
John,
do
you
keep
require
battling every
87.
game right to the end of the day because you don't know who you could leapfrog.
$51.
We do tend to concentrate on the results at the top of the groups, but there is sort of ratifications to every result in every
58.
game
John, you
throughout the
require
group,
36.
which is how it's designed to be and why it's like that, so that you can also be fourth on leg difference from number 5 and be rewarded in a monetary value for getting that position.
There's no doubt that
82.
something's changed in
John,
John
you
Henderson,
require
and it's
36.
changed for the better. He's playing a lot better, but he'll want to get this leg done,
Game
having
shot
missed
on
a few
the second
darts at a
leg,
double,
John
and
Henderson.
eventually he gets the double 18 to level this contest up at 1 apiece.
Third leg, it's Jared to throw first. Game on.
You really, I think the attitude really is that he wants to go in. You know,
26.
okay, he's had, in what John Henderson terms are an off couple of days, but you want to go galloping into that
85.
Thursday group, whichever, whether it's the B or the C, yet to be determined. You want to gallop into it with a bit of a head of steam.
140.
You want to see the guys coming into group as horses waiting at the line, and you're galloping in behind them. So as soon as that tape drops, away you
96.
go, and you've got a head start on them. And that's exactly what you have to look at on a Wednesday when things haven't gone quite right for you. And I'd advise that to any player that comes into a Group A
135.
that's possibly not having much of a chance to get to the top. There is a bigger picture of the whole situation.
At the end of the day, if you win the week, you get £5,000, which is more than any position in any group's going to get you.
And you can't win the week on a Wednesday
90.
afternoon.
And effectively, your chances are no different to Ryan Branley, say, for example, who is beginning in that particular group. It's just about to regroup for this pair, wherever they end up, wherever their tents are pitched on
60.
Thursday and Friday.
$140. Jared, you require 140.
Well, that 140 for Hendo leaves him on a 2-darter, unless Cole can take out the 140. Be his 4 for the day. His
Game
4th
shot on
ton
the
plus
third
check
leg.
out of the
Jared Cole.
session. Jared Cole is finishing like a demon.
Fourth leg, it's John to throw first.
He's got a smirk on his
Game
face. When it's good, it's very good.
It must be frustrating as hell for Jared today, because
He
you get 3 darts in his hand at 32, he doesn't seem to hit it. But give him a decent combination shot and a big ton plus,
134.
he seems to eat it alive.
When the shoulders are off, he's playing well.
100.
Just that inconsistency sometimes with the scoring.
Glenn Durrant once dubbed Jared as the most inconsistent player he's ever seen at the Modus Super Series. Which is ironic coming from somebody who played 8, lost 8 on this stage.
Well, that's consistent.
95.
I mean, that was consistent. The next word I can't say on air.
Correct. Or in a place of worship.
Can I say bad on air? I can say bad on air.
95.
Yeah, you can say that in a place of worship too.
126.
To be fair, we don't have to tell Glenn. He's always been very honest about his game. Even if he has to tell you.
Apparently he won the Premier League
108.
Did he?
Yeah.
He
That must
only
be the year I wasn't watching.
81.
Did you see that?
81 for Hendo to level this game up at 2-2. The bullseye for the Highlander.
56.
Clips the 25.
Jared, you require 35.
Double 16 for Jared to get the break and open up a 3-1 lead.
Game
Break
shot
found.
on the 4th flag. Jared Cole.
Cushion accrued.
5th flag. It's Jared to throw first. Game on.
Hendo's doing a 95 average. He's shaking his head there behind it, going, what have I got to do to win games here? What have I got to do?
140.
He's having one of them weeks, isn't he? Even when he plays well, he's just not getting any change for his efforts.
130.
He's got to be feeling that everybody's ganging up on him and playing their best game against him. It's horrible as a player when that's happening. It really is a horrible feeling.
6.
It gets to the point where you have to laugh about it. Otherwise, you get so angry and upset. You sort of bring the worst out in yourself, both on and off the board. You have to laugh about it and laugh it off.
97. $100.
Good luck there, some Jared.
$81.
Jared, 6 darts and 201 to
93.
complete a 4-1 victory. And I'm sure Jared will be milking it for all it's worth.
85. Jared, you require 108.
For the match, for the win. It's found the trouble 19. This would be a 5th ton plus combination of the day
76.
if he had won it
You
on that double
require
16 off the back of the
103.
108. Henderson looking at 103 to extend. Single free leads double top.
83.
It's not going to be a moment of defiance for
Jared, you
Henderson, so
require
Cole back
32.
3 in hand for 32.
We've seen him miss 3 darts already at this today, but he's in a different vein of mine and he's in front.
No score. John, you require 20.
3 great darts. Not finding the location.
Can Henderson locate the double 10?
Oh, they're both
10.
at it.
Jared, you require 32.
Double trouble, and it could be troublesome for Henderson. Because
Headshot
Jared Cole
on the match,
eventually
Jared Cole.
pins double 16 to seal a 4-1 victory against the Highlander. Moves him on to 6 points, and it means that most probably Henderson is going to be plying his trade in Group C on Thursday and Friday. Jared Cole then, a 4-1 winner. Average of 90.5 in that particular match. 4 from 9 on the doubles. A 140 finish. It was a cracking performance from him. Coming up after the break, Johan Gildenhuys takes on Lorenzo Pronk.
titles are lovely,
And the
but
week's
3
Modus
are sugar sweet.
Super Series champion, Reese Robinson.
So there you go. Reese Robinson, another starter in Champions Week on Monday. And what a good week we are looking forward to there. So, as you join us, we have back on stage Johan Gildenhuys against Lorenzo Pronk. And these two have been having a bit of a mix-up there. Johan is 2-0 up on the week on Lorenzo. Lorenzo will not be happy with that. So he will be looking to get his first victory over Johan in this one. And I have to say they've been good games between the two.
Johan to throw first.
And we saw Johan yesterday
Game on.
giving it the big one when he was beating him. So it was a real tungsten tussle. And we bring it all to you here on Pluto TV live.
100.
Your only designated 24/7 darts channel in the whole wide world.
140.
And plenty coming up on Pluto TV as well, aside from the live darts on the designated channel. Tune into the
45.
Tungsten Talk series, the story of. We'll have bonus action and archived matches from the Super Series Vault.
140.
Coming up after we're done, you can watch the 9-dart challenge, which is basically the players have got to
100.
hit a perfect 9-dart leg with the doubles that are necessary to do that. Then after that, you'll be able to watch a
140.
documentary inside the ADC where you can explore the events and the opportunities on offer, as well as a behind-the-scenes look at how the organisation runs. You can then
43.
also have a look at
Lorenzo, you
the
require
Road to
81.
Champions Week, which, as Lorenzo Pronk looks at double
Yeah,
12
shot
and
the
11-dart
first
leg
leg.
to kick
Lorenzo
things
Pronk.
off. The Road to Champions Week is the edition of Week 3 where
Second leg. It's
Sam
Lorenzo to throw
Spivey,
first. Game on.
who has a nickname of Seaside, as he makes his way through to Champions
80.
Week. I think there's a better nickname out there, but I just won't say what. But
91.
Lorenzo Pronk off to a very good start in this match against Johan Gildenhuys. I mean, these are two of the qualifiers this week, and I've got to say they have both
140.
really settled into life quite well here at the Live Lounge.
Yeah, I've been impressed with the pair of them, I've got to say. They really are very good additions to the Super Series, and you do have to say
50,
they're also great promotion for the systems that they've qualified as well. ADC Europe turning up the guys like
100.
Lorenzo, in particular from Holland, and it gives him an opportunity on the big screen.
108.
Obviously, Johan Gildenhuys from South Africa, and really putting their darts alongside on the
95.
map.
Lorenzo, you require
Along with the likes of
44.
Devon Peterson, Simon Adams, Peter Wachuri, plus others, but I've probably missed a couple out.
24. Johan, you require 155.
Lorenzo missing a couple of darts there for a 2-0 lead, but he's going to come back for free ball because Gildenhuys cannot take out the 155.
90. Lorenzo, you require 20.
2 10s.
Game shot on the
2-0
second leg. Lorenzo Pronk.
to Lorenzo Pronk.
Third leg. It's Johan to throw first.
I did say at the start of the match that Johan had turned Lorenzo over twice already this week, and Lorenzo would be gunning
120.
for that to be returned, and that was unfortunate. That was a proper bounce out, that one. Off the blade wire. With these blade boards,
134.
they are pretty flexible if you hit them, and you can go round them, but there's two ways you have to do that. You have to bevel your point off to about a 65-degree angle
42.
and continue to do that so that if it does hit sort of smack on the head, if you've got a blunt point, it will stay there and hit it at 90 degrees and bounce out. Whereas if you've got a bit of a 65-degree bevel on your point, it will hit and go round, and you have to continually sharpen to that 65% sort of 65-degree bevel. But also with these boys, if you do happen to hit right on the corners where they join, which is a very similar place to where Lorenzo had just thrown his dart there, right on the corners of the trebles, they are particularly hard where the wires are joined, and so you hit one of those corners flush
57.
on, they will fire the dart back out. But there's nothing a lot better than the boards we used to have 20 years ago. Round wires, big staples. No. They are still out there to buy, but they're a lot cheaper than this board in its version, and the reasons for that are the bounce out situation.
6.
Yeah, the Winmore Blade 6 triple core is the board of choice here at the Super Series as Lorenzo Pronk looks at tops of 3-0, the double break.
14.
Its average dips down to a measly 104.5.
$128. Lorenzo, you require 40. Game shot on the
Double
third
top
leg. Lorenzo Pronk.
For Lorenzo Pronk to open up a 3-0 lead.
Fourth leg. It's Lorenzo to throw first.
Johan really hasn't found his scoring boots here in this one, which is very unusual for him. But it is a 15 games
57.
over 3 days. Players aren't really used to that, and you have to say there is going to be times where you're not quite on your pomp, not quite in your purple patch.
$125.
The bubble not being plumb on your spirit level. You sometimes have that. You sometimes have days and matches like that. It doesn't have to be all day. It can be just one match when you're playing one after the other.
$53.
Well, this is a better leg from Johan. Couple of 140s. Looking to get something on the board. It would be a break as well. Lorenzo, if he wins this game, he's on 14 points and he's in a very good position to qualify for Group B. And I think that would be an achievement in itself for Lorenzo on debut as a
96.
qualifier.
Johan, you require 161.
And possibly everything from that point onwards could just be a little bit of a bonus as Gildenhuys looks to the 161. He's not going to take it out. And so Pronk looking to seal a 4-0 win.
Lorenzo, you require
if he can pin
170.
the big bad fish.
96. Johan, you require 105. $69. Lorenzo, you require.
Sat there waiting to go if he gets a chance.
20 for tops. Tots of the match. Tots of 4-0 win.
34. Johan, you require 36.
Well, that was all over the place.
So double 18 to extend the game then for Johan.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Extend
Johan
it. He does. Gildenhuys takes leg 4. And it's now
Fifth
his
leg.
throw
It's Johan
and leg
to throw
5.
first. Game on. $100. $100.
91. $57. $60. $134.
Great visit, and it's at the visit that could begin just to break the back of this match a little bit. A lot will depend on this visit here from Johan Gildenhuys.
100.
Finds a ton, leaves himself on a finish, but Pronk knows that he's got opportunity to leave it far more makeable. But could do with another big treble like that. Does exactly that. Leaves himself on a 2-darter, forcing this 150 to go, otherwise the game could be over.
$98. Lorenzo, you require 87.
It'd just be a dart at the ball, but this match-winning opportunity for Lorenzo Pronk. He's going to get 2 in his hand at double 18. Now double 9. Finds a double 9 and puts the cap off what's been a really good performance. Averaging 97.3, 40% on the doubles. Rounds it off with a 15 darter. There was a lot to like about that from Lorenzo Pronk, and what that has done for him is it's moved him into 3rd position, 14 points, second position, better leg difference now than Keegan Brown. He's in a very good position to qualify for Group B. Next up, though, this is a huge game as Keegan Brown takes on Christian Perez.
$54. Charlie require 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
Yoki with
20.
a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Gave wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the
gets
job
it.
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skye!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Lorenzo Pronk got the better of Johan Gildenhuys by 4-1. We've crossed the midway point of the day now into game number 9 of 15 that we're watching here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And it is a meeting between Christian Perez and Keegan Brown in this particular encounter. For these two, this could well be the game of the day. For Christian, if he wins this, he'll move 4 points clear at the top of the table with 4 points left to play for. It would feel like it is as good as job done for him. He'd need just one win in his final 2 games, and he plays the bottom 2 players in the group in those matches. But if Keegan Brown can win this game, then he will move to the top of the table. Level on points with Christian, and it would effectively be a shootout to the line in the final couple of rounds. Keegan takes on Lorenzo Pronk
First leg,
and Johan
Gildenhuys.
Gildenhuys
Game on.
in the final couple of games of this particular group. Keegan Brown will get us underway. Who last time out averaged 93.5, was very good in his game
59.
against John Henderson. But the timing of the Highlander was so key, particularly in that final leg to seal a 4-3 success in that one. As for Christian,
140.
1 win, 1 defeat. Both his games has kind of seen him average low to mid-80s so far.
100.
We've touched on it earlier about players not wanting to go into the last couple of days having not put one over on one of their opponents. And Keegan's right in that bracket here. He's been turned over by Perez on Monday and Tuesday.
137.
So he will want to right those wrongs.
$57.
Well, Perez leaves himself first to a finish, but Keegan Brown is in a much more handier position in this opening leg.
99. Christian, you require 164.
So 164 here for the Filipino to get the break and to take out the opening leg of this match. Not to be, and so Brown will be back for 106 to get himself on the board in this particular encounter.
100. Keegan, you require 106.
Single one ends the opportunity for him to take the shot out on this occasion.
68.
Recovered the situation
Christian,
well
you
with his last
require
darts. And so
64.
Perez 64. May just be one dart at the end of this for the break of throw.
Double 8 then for Perez.
48.
Not to be this time. What does Keegan Brown do? Does he go straight at it? He tends to. I think he thought that was there. He was nearly going to the board. That one is.
First leg, Keegan Brown.
Nicely done by Keegan Brown. It's a holder throw.
Second leg, it's
A
Christian.
bit of relief
first.
there for him,
Game
Mr.
on.
Big Glass.
Well, he'll be hoping to be the toast of Tungsten Town come Saturday night. Keegan Brown.
60.
If he makes it to Saturday night, I'm sure that there'll be a few
100.
friends coming over on the hovercraft with him for Saturday night. There are a few tickets still available for our Saturday night finals night here this week. And Week 12.
100.
Although I would recommend they go back on the ferry because the hovers run till about 7:30, 8 o'clock at night at this time of year.
Oh, all right, Judith Chalmers.
92.
It's the travel info, Portsmouth.
I reckon I'd make a great eye in the sky.
I'd have a lot of fun chucking you up there as well.
95.
Is there such thing as a backward abseil down the Spinnaker Tower or up the Spinnaker Tower?
I suppose it's a climb, isn't it?
79.
A boosted climb, we would have to call it. I thought it was abseil down there, you know, for charity.
Oh no, that's something my vertigo would not ever let me do.
I've not got vertigo, but my brain would just
60.
not let me lean myself out of something onto concrete. No, exactly. Exactly. I think she did it dressed as Robin out of
40.
Batman and Robin.
Makes the hairs stand up, that. Oh.
No, I look, yeah, what air? I was going to say, I can't drive into Portsmouth and without looking at that on my way in every morning that I come and I keep thinking, wow, yeah, Katie abseiled down that. What on earth was she thinking?
80.
I'll tell you what she was thinking.
91.
Charity, mate. I think she raised over $3,000 on that occasion. She jumped out of her plane as well for charity.
Yeah, much braver than I ever could be.
67. Keegan,
Yeah,
you
she's
require
grown out of all that
110.
now.
Well, there's a 2-0. And there's really to pinch this leg from the pocket of Christian Perez.
Game
He
shot
finds
in
the
the
110,
second
he
leg.
gets
Keegan Brown.
the double 18, and Keegan Brown finds himself 2-0 in front, much to
Third
the
leg, it's Keegan to
disgruntled
throw
frustration of Christian Perez.
I like that. I like that a lot. Robs it a little bit. Hits it with one dart. Bit of peacockery coming straight
66.
back up the ocky to be ready to go again. Sometimes that can wind up one's opponent.
108.
And that's Mr. Perez showing that he's got a little bit about him.
Well, Christian Perez, prior to that
134.
throw, is averaging 13 points more, but yet finds himself 2-0 down. And it's kind of been the story of Keegan Brown's week. He may not be playing to the best numbers of anybody, but his timing has been more impeccable than anybody else.
Yeah, he's been streaky, hasn't he? But streaky at the right time.
$58. $140. $99. Christian, you require 81.
Double 18 for an 11 darted again, himself back into the contest. Double 9 goes, and he will not give Keegan Brown a look at a finish that he's already taken out today. And so we go back to 2-1, then we go back to throw.
Fourth flag, it's Christian to throw first. Game on.
Certainly a focus on the face of Keegan Brown. He knows that his group pretty much pinned on this game against Christian. I think the biggest frustration is after the perfect start he got off to, a win for him and a defeat in his for Christian in his first game, that he wasn't able to then take full advantage of it in the second. Not through any real fault of his own. He didn't play bad against John Henderson, but it's still going to lead to that nagging frustration in the back of his mind.
100.
But are we now seeing the higher power of Perez just beginning to
82.
become a more effective commodity in this game? Averaging in and around a ton. He's been the better scorer in this game, and is that now really beginning to pay dividends as we get towards potentially the midway point of this match?
140.
And that 140 leaves himself on a finish after the night. Leaves himself on 121. And he's going to find himself with time in hand to level this game back up at 2 apiece, having found himself 2-0 down and found himself in a real spot of bother.
$85.
Left himself on double 18 upon his return to square the contest up at 2-2.
96. Christian, you require 36.
Brown finds himself on the mid-range finish, and so Perez here, double 18 to level up at 2-2.
Game shot on the
14
flag.
data.
Christian Perez.
He's really up the quality, hasn't he, the last couple of legs, Christian Perez. And for Keegan Brown,
5th leg, it's Keegan to throw first. Game on.
he's got plenty to ponder as he heads to the oche at the beginning of the 5th leg.
57.
Keegan's brother Craig used to be a dab hand with the arrows back in his younger days.
96.
Went on to the snooker and pool scene.
$99. $60. $96. $100. $85.
Brown leads himself on 164 to open up a 3-2 lead in the contest. Christian looking to set up and leave things much handier.
$59. Keegan, you require 164.
Brown 6 starts on 164 to open up a 3-2 lead. Not to be on this particular occasion, but what he is going to do is do the next best job and leave things handy enough, leaving himself on tops to move himself to within a leg of victory in this encounter.
This one was always going to be a cagey affair, wasn't it?
Keegan, you require 40. Game shot on the 5th leg.
Nicely
Keegan
done
Brown.
by Keegan. Although the younger of the two players, Keegan, probably
Game on.
much more experienced than Perez. Although Perez has been around a while, I just don't think it's at the levels that Keegan has been, and Keegs will have to use all of
59.
that knowledge and know-how from the last 20 years or so. He's been playing since a very young man indeed.
6.
He's going to have to use it all to get over the line against this wily character.
Well, both players are experienced, but what Keegan Brown has got is 12 consecutive years of Pro Tour experience in the bank. And so what he knows is a par for the course. May well be in terms of standing, in terms of what he sets as expectations for himself higher than he could possibly argue everybody else in the group, including John Henderson, because he's been off the tour for a couple of years now.
You can talk to me about TV majors, you can talk to me about winning titles, and you can talk to me about whatever. 12 years on the Pro Tours, that is an achievement in itself. And I don't care what anybody says, that's right up there. That's right up there with winning majors. You turn up on one day and win a TV event or whatever, but to keep a car for 12 years, that's pretty special and an achievement in itself. And I think it's always, you know, when we've heard that Merv's dropped off and Steve Beaton's given his car back after so many years, I don't think they ever get enough credit for holding on to the cards for as long as they had.
Longevity. And you look at people like Brendan Dolan, say, for example, who I think it was 300 odd consecutive Pro Tours.
60.
Yeah, he's another good guy as well. Got a lot of time for him. And lovely Teresa, his other half.
42.
Well, Perez here looking to take us all the way to a last leg decider. The treble. Leaves himself on 130.
And the reason he went there is so that he leaves himself 130, H, because he knows he only needs to get hit one big treble to get himself a dart to win the leg. And that big treble is a treble 20. So it has to be the treble 20 now. Oh, and that's unfortunate. He's give it a good go, hasn't he? Give it a good go. But it hasn't
42.
worked. So Keegan walks away,
Keegan,
peels off for another
111.
sip of the big drink. And you can see he hasn't got much left in there.
This will put him top of the table if he can find double top.
91.
And it was just underneath for the 111. And so Christian Perez may just be a dart at the ball, but an opportunity to take us all the way.
Yeah, unlucky there for Keegan. He's now got to hope that Perez only gets a chance at the ball. He'll go treble 20 first, I would have thought, eventually. And sometimes when you take too much time in this situation, that can happen. You say, don't hit a one, don't hit a one, don't hit a one. You're telling yourself in your head, and you'll hit a one every time because you've told your brain where the one is.
36. Keegan, you require 20.
So double 10 for Keegan Brown to go top of the pile with a couple of rounds to play. It's double 5. It's
15.
Inside. And so Christian Perez is going to get a second opportunity,
52.
another bite of the cherry and a chance to go 3-3.
And I have to say, after the first dart, Keegan never looked like hitting that. The reaction to the first dart. There was a bigger reaction to the second dart. Perez will hit this now.
Game shot.
You knew it was coming. You just knew it was coming.
And you as a dart player must have that sixth sense, mustn't you? If you're Keegan, missing those opportunities you're expecting the opponent to get, aren't you?
You are. You're expecting it to be punished. That's what you're expecting to be. And then when it doesn't happen, sometimes you're expecting to be punished so much that you then stop yourself on your opportunity. And maybe that's what happened with the 88 there with Keegan. But he made such a hash of the 88.
140.
Keegan then thought, well, this is mine all day long. Don't do anything stupid like he's just done, and then you do something stupid.
44.
Very difficult to annoy. Now the momentum's all with Perez.
Because in the mind, the consequence of missing outweighs the opportunities of hitting.
And again, he's still thinking of those 3 darts, Keegan. You can see it on his face. And Perez is doing a great job in making him think about it because he's just hitting trebles for fun.
He's picked up a couple there just to make this leg interesting, but Perez, as you say, has taken the darts.
But he hit that solely because he feels the leg is gone and he's thrown with freedom. That's why Keegan hit that. Because he feels that Perez has done all the damage already. And he continues to do the damage. 3 visits from Perez. 6 trebles.
78. Christian, you require 111.
So Perez looking at 111 to seal a 4-3 victory. Down for treble 17. Which gives him a dart at tops.
91.
And ironically, that was the finish that Keegan Brown missed a double at to win the leg in the win the match in the previous leg.
81.
As Keegan's race run, as Perez comes back for double 10 to put himself 4 points clear at the top of the Group A table with just 4 points left to play for. And Christian Perez is on the cusp of qualification. The Filipino finds himself on the hill, and he may have just extracted a haymaker blow to Keegan Brown's hopes. That the tale of the tape. A victory for Christian Perez in that particular contest by 4 legs to 3 against Keegan Brown. Next up, John Henderson takes on Johan Gildenhuys.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We're 9 games down on this Wednesday morning, and this is what we've seen so far. Before the break, Christian Perez moved 4 points clear on the top of the table with a 4-3 victory against Keegan Brown. Lorenzo Pronk beat Johan Gildenhuys 4-1, and Jabba Cole beat John Henderson by that same scoreline. This is how the table looks then going into the final couple of rounds of fixtures. And as you can see, Christian Perez, just one more win. That's all he needs to do in his final couple of games to guarantee a spot through to Saturday night on his debut. The ADC Europe representative from the Philippines, Lorenzo Pronk and Keegan Brown, alongside Johan Gildenhuys, all on 14. And that looks like now that's going to be the race. The race to see who's going to get the 2 couple of spots in Group B. Lorenzo and Keegan in a very good position, but Johan with a couple of victories could upset that apple cart. And Johan's final couple of games is against Keegan Brown in match 14. And up next against John Henderson, who can add himself to that particular mix of victory in this one. The loser, you would say,
First leg,
probably will be plying their trade in Group C, particularly if it is John Henderson, where there's a guarantee that he'll be in Group C if he loses this one, because Johan Gildenhuys will be on 16 points. He won't be able to catch him for a game to play. And because Pronk and Brown go head-to-head in this round of fixtures, one of them are guaranteed to move on to that mark as well. And who would have called John Henderson being in Group C at the beginning of the week?
Not me. Not my good buddy Brendan Dolan, who's just sent me a little message. So pleased to see you all watching, mate. Enjoying the action.
$60.
Well, to say it'd be a surprise, Henderson dropping into Group C would be an understatement, because he went off the 6-4 favourite to win this group with the odds compilers. It was actually a favourite to win the week at 11-4 before dart was thrown on Monday. Christian Perez was 7-4, second favourite to win the group, and that 7-4 looks like they could well be decent odds at this present moment in time.
100.
I think because we know that Perez, although his highs and his levels are very high, he's a bit of a bitsy player, isn't he? Before he's come into here, we've seen him probably have more mediocre games than we've seen that top-level game from him. So that's probably why,
40.
when you look at other clientele, Keegan Brown and Hendo in the group before a dart was thrown this week, maybe why he was overlooked a little bit.
20. Johan, you require 141.
But he's dealt with the job very well indeed. And so we look at the end of the opening leg here. Gildenhuys cannot take out the 1-4-1. Henderson looking at double 10 to
John,
take a 1-0 lead. And double 10 is got for the Highlander. 16 darter to get the game up and running.
Second leg, it's Johan to throw first.
The results in this head-to-head have been pretty consistent. 4-2 and 4-2 in the favour of John Henderson.
140.
Now, speaking to Hendo last night, he was saying what a great bunch of lads it is in this
45.
group, and everybody getting on in the back room. I think we've seen that with the sort of, I think camaraderie is the wrong word, but
85.
I think the respect for each other on the oche that we see in front of camera, I think this week has shown that. There's been a lot of fist pumping on good shots and a lot of respect to one another. And
81.
I know in the olden days, everybody liked to see a bit of a rip up and a bit of needle and a bit of everything that makes the game, but the game's moved forward in a standard
80.
sort of way, and I think you don't get the needle that you used to get because you're not tending to be in the same rooms as often as you are now. Back then, there weren't as many ranking tournaments then that everybody went to. There weren't as many sort of day-to-day things that they were doing. Nowadays, you've got so many tournaments in so many places, and it seems to be if you
80.
and everybody's worked it out within the darts. If you kind of upset somebody and make an enemy of somebody, 9 times out of 10 for the next 4 months, you'll be sat on a table next to him, in the draw, going with them. So sometimes if you could just have that 5 minutes and not cause that argument, it's better for you long term, because you then don't, you know, some people like to have an enemy in the room, but I've never been one of those that like that.
On the second leg, Johan Gildenhuys.
Well, Johan Gildenhuys will like that. A 116 pinned on the double 18, and just as you were talking about, show of respect there from John Henderson.
$140.
Ironically, Perez had that 116 earlier today against Lorenzo Pronk. Turned out to be a
125.
Turning point in the game. Is it going to be the same here for Gildenhuys?
61. $93.
And go back to your point, particularly somewhere like here where 6 players got no communication with the outside world as soon as they walk into that building. You've got to get along with one another. You're going to have to get to know one another. Otherwise, it's going to be a very long, boring week.
Yeah, and the concept of it is the fact that, yeah, you may have been in rooms together, you know, in tournaments, in up and down and around the world, but you've never been in a situation where you haven't got somebody else with you. It's just you on your own in that player's room. And it's the same situation for the other 5. So although you've been in the same rooms before, you've never been having to sit around the same table. It's very condensed, the way that the player's room works here. And it does pull you all together. It's fantastic. For me, with being slightly different era to Richie Burnett, I was in here for a week with Richie Burnett, and I'm not confessing to actually understand him, because that would be wrong. I don't think anybody, not even Richie, understands Richie. But, you know, a week in here to get to know him a little better was nice for me, because we're 2 different generations of player. And that's something, again, that the Modus series does bring together, varying generations.
People from different backgrounds. John Henderson, of course, a man who spent so many years on tour, made major semi-finals, a former world seniors champion up against Johan Gildenhuys from South Africa, just beginning to ply his trade at the top level. Look at a double 18 here. The break of throw and a 2-1 lead. Now, this was the game that kicked the week off on Monday, and this was the game when we realised that Johan Gildenhuys was a proper proposition. Was a proper player, somebody that could cause some alarm and cause some upset for players. If he wins this game, he moves on to 16 points, which is not a bad return for Group A on debut, not at all.
100.
No, definitely not.
$45. $81. $100. $58. $92. $41. $100.
That just seems to be plodding along here at its own little pace.
140. Johan, you
And that's
require
just
120.
little blue touch paper. Single 20 now. His darts stick up, so he's got to go around the side. And that leaves him a lovely spot to the right
80.
there. Great camera work
You
from our
81.
guys in the gallery.
So Henderson looking at 81, looking at double 12. Just wants to double check with Jack Gower. That's it. It's very close to the wire, so just wanted to double check that all was in the right direction.
Game shot.
No
look
mistake in
full flag.
that.
John
And we
Henderson.
are back level at 2-2.
Big Hendo didn't need to ask about that one, did he?
Fifth leg. It's John to the row first. Game on.
Well, we saw Steve Beaton the other week having to ask once or twice about what was where.
100.
Oh, we saw him at the double start week. Get off on a double, didn't think it was in, and was persevering at the double and missing it.
140.
Oh, the strangest one lately was the Ryan Searle incident where he thought a treble 11 was in and it wasn't, and then hit the double 14 for the 1-2-1. It wasn't in, and then Michael Smith stepped up right behind him, who was also on 1-2-1, and took it out correctly. It does happen now and again, but sometimes it's best to just make sure with the referee.
108.
Yeah, I bet that one hurt. And that 180 for Johan Gildenhuys could hurt John Henderson because it's given the South African the opportunity to get the breaker throw at what would be the perfect time because it then mean he'd have the darts for the match. Henderson responds with a 2 treble turn, but it's still 6 darts from here for Gildenhuys to hoist himself into a 3-0 lead.
57.
Yeah, good work from him there. He realised that that first treble was a bit of a blocker and snookered himself, so he moved away to try and find another big treble.
85.
Didn't
Johan,
achieve
you
it.
require 124.
And he's got 95 left, but will he get to have a go? Treble 18. The bullseye for Johan.
99.
And that
You
is
require
tight.
95.
Now, which way will Hendo go here? Whatever way you go, you have to decide before you put your foot to the hockey. He decided to go full bore at the treble and back himself.
55. Johan, you
You
require
kind of understand that. You'll
25.
find that players have a routine of whichever way they go on certain numbers.
And so Gildenhuys looking at double 8 for the break. He moves
Game shot,
3-2 up,
flag.
courtesy
Johan
of a
Gildenhuys.
14 darter. And he now has the darts in his hand to complete a 4-2 victory
Sixth
against
flag.
John
It's
Henderson,
Johan to the row
who
first.
shakes his head
Game on.
solemnly in the background.
$55.
Draped in black and gold stripes is John Henderson, but forget the black and gold, he'll be feeling the cold at this present moment.
40. $41. $41. $30.
Oh dear, well both seem to have had a little bit of mishap here early in this leg. I don't know whether that's respect. Come on lads, you just got to get on with it.
134.
Well done Endo.
$100.
And you tend to find that once one of you starts finding a treble, your opponent comes with you.
140.
The last start from Hendo was a "you will go in there, get in there."
There was conviction about it, but there's conviction about that as well from Johan Gildenhuys, and that 180 puts himself on the cusp. If Henderson cannot find the 146, he's not going to. Can he find a treble to leave a single to double?
43.
Not with that one.
And you require 95.
And so Gildenhuys here, 95 to get the job done. Goes 25 first, and I'll tell you what, He's got a lovely guide for the bull, but he cannot get
70.
it.
John, you require 103.
So to level it up from Hendo. Saw him have a go at this earlier.
83.
He did a similar thing.
Johan, you require 25.
And so Gildenhuys here, back for 25 to get the job done eventually. Double 8 is what he's looking at to complete a 4-2 win. And now along for double 4. And in the double 4. And it is a 4-2 victory for Johan Gildenhuys against John Henderson. And that puts him on to 16 points in the group and puts him in a very good position now to get a spot in Group B tomorrow and Friday night. For John Henderson, he's now guaranteed to be playing in the afternoon session. He can only get to 14. Gildenhuys is on 16, and Lorenzo Pronk and Keegan Brown play in this round, and they are guaranteed to move on to 16. Next up, Christian Perez can win the group if he can get the better of Jared Cole.
It's Scott Campbell, the Brave.
And the Series 10, Week 6, Modus Super Series champion.
An incredible moment for Scott
Campbell.
Campbell, the Scottish captain. But let's just take a moment for Peter Wachuri. He's been the headliner.
Scott Campbell is into Champions Week. What a start to 2025 he is having. He beat Peter Wachuri to win his week, and I think he could be a player that goes under the radar. It'd be interesting to see how the bookies lay up on Monday morning. And he could well be the fancy bet, maybe the value play when we get to next Saturday night. Well, Christian Perez is on the cusp of winning this Group A. Needs to win just one of his final 2 games to guarantee his spot through to Saturday night on his debut. If he beats Jared Cole here, it will be job done with a game to spare. It's the top player in the group up against the bottom player in the group in our 11th game of the session. 5 more to go here on this Wednesday afternoon in Portsmouth. And don't forget, tomorrow we'll have a double helping of darts for you. We'll be with you from 1 o'clock in the afternoon for the beginning of Group C. 10 o'clock in the afternoon, 10 o'clock in the evening for the beginning of Group B. Could be the afternoon somewhere else. And we will also have one world champion being subbed out for another world champion. We'll take the 1 lakeside of Scott Mitchell. We'll add a 0 on the end, and we'll add the 10 lakeside titles of Trina Gulliver to the commentary box for a couple of days.
Yeah, proper champion in here, eh?
You're a proper champ, Scott.
You're very kind.
60.
Well, put it this way. Let's have a look at the titles you won in comparison to some of our other commentators.
Starting with you.
140.
Well, that's quite easy. The answer's 0.
We did nearly win the quiz night on a Monday once.
Yeah.
When I was there, yeah.
Before Glenn put in the wrong answer.
Yeah, it was about butterflies. I just let him get on with it. He was so sure he was right, and I knew it. Never mind. That's for another day.
Well, you won 49 titles.
Did I?
Oh, Glenn's done you by 1.
83.
Has he?
He's done you by 1. He's won 50.
Oh, tell you what.
That Premier League, eh? That Premier League.
Honest to goodness. The jammy so-and-so. Just the little one as well. He's better off. Dear, oh dear.
60.
That's it. Sorry, guys. I've got to put the mic down. I'm back off home to practice. I've got to get myself back on.
Chris Mason was a winner of 14 titles.
96.
Should I put forward to the sort of hierarchy that you should be paid per title on this commentary lark?
And Paul Nicholson won 19 in his career.
God, dear, oh dear.
I'll look at Trina's in the next leg. I'm going to hazard a guess.
don't.
I'm going to hazard a guess you may have won less.
I got a funny feeling she won more than me before I even turned up at the joint.
50.
Well, Cole was looking to take out the 1-2-2 to get the break in the opening leg. Perez will come back for 136, which probably is the amount of titles Trina's won in her career. Another 88 for flying start.
120.
Doesn't go, and so Cole will get another opportunity
72.
to pinch this first leg against the darts.
$66.
Able to find the double free, and so Perez
16.
will come back.
He's had it again, Jared, on these doubles.
Game shot on the
I'm
first
going to have
leg.
to have words with him
Christian
again
Brown.
after this.
Second leg. It's Jared to throw first. Game on.
So Cole 1 up. Sorry, Perez 1 up. Cole looking to respond here in kind in leg
97.
number 2.
I'll tell you what happened with that title business, you know. If you added Trina's and Dieter's together, plus Lisa's, poor old Bo Greaves has got to play till she's about 107 to catch him up.
6.
That's how much those 3 won in a period of time. They were amazing.
Well, let me give you one good bit of news. You won more career titles than Matthew Edgar.
Well,
40.
thank you very much, but I don't have the following on social media that he has.
4 career titles for prime time, a couple of challenge tours, as well as the Iceland Masters and the Slovenia Open.
60. 45.
45.
If you put Trina's in there, the thing will crash. You will absolutely jam up your social media outlet.
166 titles
100.
for Trina Gulliver in her career. 166.
Honestly, that's more than I've had Panini Football World Cup
59.
cards, that is.
Her last one came at the Women's Series back in 2022.
Yeah, the one that always gets me with these titles is some of the names of the ones in America, the Shoot for the Moon winner. And I think, what a title that would be to win. I'd love to be the Shoot to the Moon
90.
champion.
I mean, she won the Golden Harvest Open back in 2002. But have a listen to this. She won the British Internationals 18 times.
Wow.
100. Jared, you require 170.
170 for Cole to open up to level this game up at one apiece. Perez looking at 86 to
96.
get the break and open
Christian,
up
you
a
require
2-0 advantage
86.
in this match. Treble 18 is a bonus. Double 7 is not the find.
79.
Well, Jared Cole's been
Jared, you
given
require
opportunities in this
74.
game, but he's going to have to take advantage of this one. And double top is what he wants to square up.
34.
But that second
Christian, you
dart was in the
require
way. There was
7.
a lot in terms of that flight that was obscuring the target. But for Christian Perez, he's bust the
No
score.
score.
The first dart
Jared,
winner
you
begging. How many
require
times do you
40.
say in those situations it's the first dart that's the most important one? And that's a case in point as to why.
You said it. It's the situation. Now Cole's got to jump on this because Perez is expecting it to go. He's shaking his
20.
head. And once
Christian, you
again,
require
Jared has let
7.
3 darts in hand go.
No score.
He's pushed at the other
Jared,
side
you
of the wire
require
now.
20.
What's going on here?
There's no better time, Jared, to let everybody to let you know that
Yeah,
this
it's on
leg
the
is yours,
second
and
leg.
thank you
Jared
very
Cole.
much. Is that a sign that the pressure is getting to Perez?
Third leg. It's Christian to throw first.
Well, this is
Game on.
scrappy. Jared Cole limbering up in the background.
Jared should be thinking here, there's no pressure on me. It's all on
140.
Christian. So he should be go up there and play like he's playing a dart bot or the Raspberry scoring app or
60.
any other app that's available on the worldwide interweb.
$100. $140. $85.
Perez throwing physically a lot harder now, visibly. You can see him trying to force the situation.
41. $100.
Good pick off for the last there to leave himself on 76, and he's left Jared Cole in the tailwind in this particular leg.
$65. Christian, you require 76.
So 76 for Perez to re-establish the lead at 2-1. It's double 18.
58.
It's inside, but Jared's not on the scene to pounce.
He's in the background shaking his head, showing all the negativity you need.
59. Christian, you require 18.
As an opponent, you want to see your opponent shaking their head. Because you know you've got him right where you want him.
Game shot on the third
And
leg.
it's just
Christian
a case of
Perez.
finishing him off. And Perez is not having to do a lot here. He's running a 75
Full flag.
average,
It's Jared to
76
throw
average.
first. Game on.
Jared just over a 70. He needs to string a leg together here to get his confidence back.
108.
Well, listen, Jared.
A century of maximums for the week.
$50.
See, the only way I know to put your opponent off is to keep it in that red bit or a few of those green ones.
96.
Well, put it this way. The best way to annoy an opponent is to beat them.
It is, but en route to beating them, you've got to hit as many of them red ones as you can. On the inner and outer ring.
60.
You can play all the mind games in the world, but if your opponent is on point and hitting the red ones.
108.
That's 101 180s for the week.
Jared Cole is confusing me.
100. Jared, you require 45.
Because he's having spells like this where at points he's been unplayable.
13.
He's hit big shots, he's had big moments, and then there's just legs where it just completely comes off kilter.
Like there, you missed the big 13. And now that seems to hinder him.
108.
180, 102 for the
Jared, you
week.
require 32. Game shot on the fourth leg. Jared Cole.
He does finally hit a double with 3 in hand at the double.
Fifth
Mr.
leg.
Perez
It's
there to
Christian
do a bit of a
first.
fist pump and appreciate that.
$60. $100. $60. $45.
So he has a couple of 180s in the leg, and now he's had 6 darts. And hasn't managed to trouble the scorers too much.
100.
Once he gets that first dart right, he seems to have the confidence to thunder into it. Prime example.
140.
So I think if you're watching this back, Jared, you need to start sorting out that first dart, my friend. Oh, bit of shoulder in that one from Perez, showing the tension of the situation.
Don't know about you, Scott, but this
41.
game feels like it's reached a bit of a stalemate.
It has. It's going to be a battle of wills and attrition.
$45.
Moment and this leg for Jared, it's been good one, bad one, good one, bad one. So we're due a good one.
60.
Well, he's turned the darts over in this leg. 6 darts on 171 to open up a 3-2 lead. He then have the darts in the next to get over the line.
81.
It's an okay setup. He would have preferred it to be better, but he's got the guarantee at least if he stays straight, he should get a dart of the bull at the end of it.
And you should be turning the throw over against Christian Perez when he's only hit 1 treble 20 before that dart in the leg. In a leg that he started.
100. Jared, you require 90.
Say, could just be a dart of the bull at the end of the combination, providing he stays straight. Decided to start on the 25. Now it is the bull. Cannot get.
65.
And so Perez,
Christian, you require 80.
to move within a leg of qualification through to Saturday night, is looking at 80. And he's going to get 2 in his hand, a double 10. Now up for double 5.
75.
Goes low. Jared's got a couple of darts
25.
here to move 3-2 up to get the break and then have the darts of the match in the next. And to keep Christian Perez rating is double 8. Huge dart at double 4.
21.
And that could be a
Christian, you
significant
require
miss.
5.
Maybe not so much for Jared, but for the likes of Johan Gildenhuys, Lorenzo Pronk and Keegan Brown, they know that if Jared can get a win here, Perez is catchable. But if he wins this game, it's insurmountable. It's a huge moment. It's a huge dart at double 2. And that potentially is a huge find. And that could be the moment that just spills Christian Perez over the finishing line.
6th flag. It's Jared to throw first. Game on.
Focus. Focus is what he's thinking about. He knows one more leg from this point onwards will guarantee
45.
his place through to Saturday night.
$44.
Right, you see, I have to say that Jared's got away with one there. Now, here we go.
140.
And he gets the first dart right, he tends to follow it.
$140. 95. $60. 64. 140. Jared, you require 157.
So Jared Cole here looking at 157 to win the match. Sorry, to take the game all the way to a decider. Get a little bit ahead of himself there. Christian Perez looking at
Christian, you require
117. This is to win the match. And this is to win the group. Chumma 19 does not go. And so Cole's floating hopes have aligned on him taking out this ton.
100.
It's wide. But it's a good recovery. It's double top. We're going all the way. Jared Cole has found his 5th ton plus checkout of the day, and he has kept Christian Perez at bay.
7 from final leg. It's Christian to throw first.
Did not get an opportunity to win the group in the previous leg, but he has the darts to do so here, does the Filipino.
You have to say that Jared Cole is much better with one dart in hand at a double than he is with 3. That seems to be his day today.
59.
But 2 things have happened here. Christian Perez has kicked off with a max, and Jared Cole has kicked off without a treble.
$60.
Chad needs to find a couple here. You feel he's got the first by moving across to the treble 18. He wants to stay there, but he doesn't like the lie of that dart.
92.
Single AT leads himself on 350. It's very, very smart from him because it means he can now guarantee that he can, with 6 perfect darts, complete the leg as opposed to chasing around and having to do it in 3 visits.
100.
Maximum leaves himself on 170. Maximum leaves him on 170.
Christian, you require 161.
But this would be some way to seal it. But Perez isn't going to find the 161. Now then, Jared, what have you got in the locker, son?
46.
And this
Jared,
is
you
just
require
scoreboard pressure. This is
170.
from Jared. That's forced that error.
The 350-6 is on. Bullseye for the win. It's not far away. But Christian Perez's heart must have been in his mouth at that particular moment in time, beating at 100 beats per minute.
He still has work to do here with 115. Where's he going? Is he going bullseye first?
Jared Cole knows he's coming back, which is why he went back to the drinks table.
45.
He's going to get match darts. He's going to get the opportunity to beat Christian Perez and keep everybody back in play. What an exchange this is. What a moment this is. What a big dart this is. What a hit that is. And what a win that could be for Jared Cole to boost his confidence, and for Christian Perez a defeat which could prove so costly. He gets given a round of applause from his opponent, who you can see is absolutely crestfallen having lost that match. They have a discussion about what's happened. It's ended with a hug. But for Christian Perez, he's now got work to do, and he's now going to see Lorenzo Pronk and Keegan Brown, one of them moving a couple of points of him. And this is how the game went statistically. Jared Cole over the line eventually. That ton in the leg before was so important. And he seals a 4-3 win against Christian Perez. Next up, Lorenzo Pronk and Keegan Brown.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes going to be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
George require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job done.
And the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to Pluto TV and to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Jared Cole denied Christian Perez the opportunity to win the group here and now. A 4-3 victory for Jared, meaning that he's going to have to wait a little while longer to secure his passage through. And one of Keegan Brown and Lorenzo Pronk will have the opportunity to move within one and to move within striking distance. The winner of this game will move on to 16 points and will be able to catch Christian Perez if he loses to John Henderson in game 13. As for the loser, they will be out of contention altogether. The best that they would be able to do is maybe sneak a Group B spot if there's a slip up from Johan or the winner of this game in the final round of fixtures. So it's Lorenzo Pronk to get us underway, who's so far seeming to do a lot of that.
He
Beat John Henderson 4-2 in his opener, averaging 94. He then lost out to Christian Perez 4-1. His third match saw him average 97
46.
and change in a 4-1 victory against Johan Gildenhuys. As for Keegan, average of 78 to win his first game, was slow out the tracks, but then an improved performance didn't yield the same result against John Henderson in game 2. And he would lose out 4-3 to Christian Perez in match 9. And is that the defeat that Keegan Brown looks back on and thinks that might be the one where this group went by the by if he's not to claim the honours come the end of the afternoon. Lorenzo first to a finish, leaving 1-2-9 after just 9 darts.
100. Lorenzo, you require 129.
Just constantly snapping at the heels of opponents this week, Lorenzo Pronk.
89.
Yeah, but he's been a good game chaser, hasn't he? And keeping people honest.
96. Lorenzo, you require 40.
So double top.
Game shot
Gives
of first
Pronk a 1-0 lead. And
Lorenzo
how many times a day has he completed a leg in 14 dart range? It's felt like a lot.
Second leg, it's Keegan to the row first. Game on.
And at the same time, not unusual.
85. $100. $48. 24. 40. 58. 59. 99. 139.
Good set up that from Keegan. Leaves himself on 130. But what can Lorenzo do against the darts, looking to open up a 2-0 lead in this contest?
100.
Picks off a
Keegan,
treble
you
in the last,
require
leaves himself on 120.
130.
Brown looking at the little fish. Cannot net. And so Pronk will be back for 120 to open up a
44.
2-0
Lorenzo,
advantage
you
in this
require
match.
120.
Tops.
85.
Wide of the mark to the
Keegan,
left-hand
you require
side.
86.
And so Brown back for 86 to level up at 1 apiece.
$46. Lorenzo, you require 35. $29. Keegan, you require 40.
It's all got a bit messy. To tidy things up then, Keegan Brown.
20.
And now he's lost his flight underneath the passage underneath the stage.
Lorenzo,
Now,
you require 6.
underneath that point, there is a light which glares, which helps with the stage effects and things like that. So you are going to be a little bit blindsided when you look straight into that. And if I was Keegan, I'd blink a couple of times. But there was no blinking there from Lorenzo Pronk as he hits double free to double his lead.
Third leg, it's Lorenzo to throw first. Game on.
It's all right, nobody noticed.
85.
So Lorenzo 2-0 to the goods, and it looks like it could well be he who's going to be the closest challenger to Christian Perez, the one that may well apply the pressure if he
98.
loses to John Henderson next. How John Henderson would just love to disrupt
93.
the flow of those at the top of the table. He can't win the group, but he'd be one of them that would take great pleasure in making sure that he still had some imprint in some way in terms of the player that goes
43.
on to win it.
$96. $137. $108.
Well, that is a second max of the match for Lorenzo Pronk, and it leaves himself on 47 after 12 to open up a 3-0 lead in this encounter.
59. Lorenzo, you require 47.
Keegan Brown just beginning to hit a bit of a wall, just beginning to hit a bit of a stumbling block. 7 for tops. Double 10.
37.
Doesn't go, but Keegan
You
with
require
a big ask with this
164.
164.
$88. Lorenzo, you require 10.
So 2 5s. Free zip.
Shot on the third leg. Lorenzo Pronk.
Yeah, nicely done. And Keegs will be looking at this one and wondering how this one's getting away.
Fourth leg. It's Keegan to throw first. Game on. $99. $57. $100. $140. $38. 43. $100.
So Brown leads himself on 164 to get a foothold in the match.
Keegan, you require 164.
But these have been the opportunities that he's been restricted to for large swathes of this contest.
55. Lorenzo,
So
you require
Lorenzo to wrap up a 4-0
161.
win in next to no time at all. Looking at 161. Not to be, and so Brown back for 109
55.
to
Keegan, you require 109.
keep his hopes alive in this game.
It's been a bit of a tired old game, hasn't it? Fatigue starting to set in. We're on day 3.
93. Lorenzo, you require 106.
Tidy pick up there from Brown. Will he get back?
52. Keegan, you require 16.
3 in his hand, a double 8.
Game shot
Finds
on
it
the
with his
full
second
flag.
dart.
Keegan Brown.
Back to 3-1, and he forces Lorenzo Pronk here to serve it out.
Fifth flag. It's Lorenzo to throw
Yeah,
first.
but if you're Lorenzo, you don't
Game
mind that. You don't mind being in that position. At some point in a match, you've got to back yourself. No time like the present.
100.
Can't looking back at the darts you've thrown in this match, you've got to look forward to the ones that you haven't.
135. $22. $136. $41.
Well, Keegan here looking to make inroads. He trailed this match 3-0, but in a couple of moments' time, he could be back at 3-2. This game could very quickly be back on throw, and all of a sudden, what looked like a Pronk possession
Keegan, you require
could turn into a
96.
bit more of a meaningful contest. Found the treble, double 8. Looking for a 12 darter as well.
Seems that winning leg 4 has given Keegan a bit of a lease of life.
16.
Well, if he loses this one, the tables will be turned for Keegan Brown, but he finds the double 8 there for 14 darts, and they bring it back to 3-2.
Sixth flag. It's Keegan to throw first. Game on. $137.
At this present moment in time, Keegan Brown is the better player in this darts match.
140. $100. $108.
But has Lorenzo Pronk finally found the power play that's going to dispatch of Keegan Brown?
100.
Picks off a treble to leave himself on a finish. And once again, he leaves himself on 164. Not for the first time in this contest.
57. Keegan, you require 164.
He's going to get first poke to take us all the way. He's not going to get, and he's going to be hopeful here that Lorenzo cannot find a ton plus checkout.
88. Lorenzo, you require
Because it would eliminate him from Group A contention, and it could well see him in Group C come the end of the day. Triple 18 does not go, and so Keegan Brown here, 76 to keep his
Keegan,
hopes
you require
alive.
76.
And you feel like this is a clutch finish he's got to get He's going to get 2 at double 8. It's
Yeah,
back-to-back 14 darters for Keegan Brown, and from 3-0 behind, he's taken us all the way.
Yeah, 3-0 down, languishing on a low 70 average.
Game on.
Now all of a sudden, sparks himself into life. Brought him up to an 85. Lorenzo Pronk will be looking at it going, I've got 4 180s in this match. How am I still sat here at 3-3? It's not the big scores that you need to sort out. It's the bits around the outside, Lorenzo, and getting
48.
there.
Well, Lorenzo's hit 4 180s in this match. He has comprehensively outscored Keegan Brown. But
123.
Keegan has been able to pick apart the opportunities just that little bit better. It's actually not too much in terms of double, just 1 double miss between them. But it's felt like Keegan, when he's had a chance in his hand, has been more likely to take. That's been the look with our naked eyes on things.
85.
Is that a slip? Is that something that Keegan Brown can pounce on?
93.
Picks off a treble, but Lorenzo is still favourite to win this last leg.
Can't afford to go trebleless here, and that was a big, big last from Pronk.
$138. Lorenzo, you require
Yeah, cracking darts from Keegan Brown. Pretty even Steven here.
133.
Not now, it isn't.
Keegan, you require 164.
So Keegan Brown looking at 164, not going to get 164. It was a valiant fight back, but it could be a valiant fight back in vain. He's found a treble in the last dart, but Lorenzo Pronk has got 3 darts in his hand, a double 12 to finish the job off. And double 12 he's got.
Lorenzo Pronk.
And for Lorenzo Pronk, he keeps himself in contention. Keegan Brown can no longer win Group A. He may actually find himself in Group C come the end of proceedings. But for Lorenzo, he moves on to 16 points. He's on the heels of Christian Perez, and he'd actually leapfrog Christian in the group if he loses to John Henderson after the break.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Final round of fixtures is almost upon us, and Christian Perez can win the group with a victory here against John Henderson. He's on 18 points. Lorenzo Pronk is on 16, but he's in position to pounce if Perez loses this one. So if Perez loses this game and Pronk wins his last against Jared Cole, then he will win the group. Perez with a victory here will win the group. And that is how things work going into the final round of fixtures here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Right. Let's see what's going to happen then as Perez and Henderson go head-to-head. For John Henderson, it's been a bit of an up and down day. There's been some good performances here, particularly in the middle of the session. And there was some signs of Christian Perez vulnerability in his previous match against Jared Cole. Will it meet in the middle? Or the fact that Christian's had that one game where he's had his moment, he can now go back to the practice board and then get himself ready to get again. Could that do him a bit of a favour as well?
Yeah, there's a lot of questions in one there. I don't know whether I can answer any of them. Yeah, I get where you're coming from. I'm not too sure how I'd feel. Depends how you're feeling inside right now as a person. If you're feeling a bit, yeah, I think Christian would be looking to wanting a couple of days off, but at the same time, I think John is wanting to sort of overturn the 2 defeats that he's had to him this week.
100.
So we're probably looking at personal gain for John to turn over, because he doesn't want to end up meeting him on Saturday with Christian having beaten him 3 times on the bounce, and that's a very good possibility it could happen. I think John having been here 8 times and been to 7 Saturday finals nights, you're hedging your bets on whichever group he's in to come through it. So
41.
I just get the sense that this could be very edgy.
I agree.
45. Well, that
140 just makes this leg a little bit interesting. And I tell you now, Scott, it would not surprise me in the slightest if this game went all 7 legs.
60.
It wouldn't surprise me.
$24. $100.
Well, Perez leaves himself on 136. Henderson in the background.
40. Christian, you require 136.
He's got 6 darts, and he's got all the time he wants to take out this opening leg.
95.
Good pick off of the last. Leaves himself on a single to double combo upon his return. Henderson looking to apply the pressure.
99. Christian, you require 41.
Double 16 for the first leg. There looks like it's a real focus on the face of Christian Perez. There was a look of nervousness in his game against Jared Cole, but it looks far more measured here.
14.
But this would be a pinch and a punch if Henderson could find this. But he's not going to get the treble 18, and so Perez will return for 32 to take the opening leg.
Require 32. Game shot on the first leg. Christian Perez.
Pins a double 16. Perez 1-0 to the goods.
Second leg. It's John to the row first. Game on. 100. $100. $140.
What are these games like in John Henderson's position when you know your fate is pretty much sealed? You know you're going to be in Group C. You can't get above Keegan Brown on legs difference. You just know where you're going to be. How difficult are those games, and how difficult is it to try and not go through the motions?
It's really difficult, and like I say, the way that you do it is by finding some personal gain within the game for yourself, just for yourself. And for me, I would, if I was sat in John's shoes here, I would be looking to try and beat Christian because he's got me twice already, and I would be trying to make sure that he doesn't get me 3 times in a row, because you never know, you might have to play him another couple of times again on Saturday night. So I'd be doing all I could to try and make sure that doesn't happen. No dart player likes being beat by the same guy twice in a row, let alone 3 times. I'm sure that's what's going through Big Hendo's head.
That 180 there, the first of the contest.
But Christian is doing everything he can to take the pace out of the game, slow the pace down, and really make it a scrappy game.
John, you require
and make John
36.
think about every dart that he throws.
Well, double 18 here for 13 data potentially. 13 data found. He finds it to the bottom corner of the double 18 of his first dart to level this contest up at 1 apiece.
Third leg. It's
but Henderson found that little bit of quality in the previous leg, and he'll be hoping that is just a leg in which he could just build upon in this match, a foundation of which to grow.
58. $121.
As you mentioned, there's been glimmers of good stuff today from John Henderson. Maybe a tad bit more than what we saw Monday and Tuesday. And if he could just piece it all together in Group C, we know what he's capable of doing. And maybe he may just play one of those textbook weeks where you just peak at the right time. And maybe he's just beginning to find form at the right end of the week, and he could turn up tomorrow, clean slate, fresh start. And as a consequence of it, we may well see him win more matches and accrue more points on the board.
$100.
You do at times watch players and go, this isn't the normal them, and this Group A campaign hasn't been the normal John. It's like there's a little something in the background that's not quite making his spirit level run true.
$99.
Today for John Henderson, he knew if he could just try damage limitation, he can. He was unable to do that, but what he will do tonight is reset best as possible. And I think he's actually one of those players. I think the Group C time slot will suit better than maybe a Group B time slot. The only problem you got is only 2 from 6 can go through, but I think the time of day will work perfectly for John. Will the bullseye work for John? Yes, it will. 13 followed by 15, and John Henderson may well be beginning to stretch his legs in this game.
4th flag.
Oh, he takes out the cardboard box.
Game on.
Very nice 90 shot out 2 on the ball. The proper cardboard box shot. 170, the big fish.
100.
The 130, the little fish, and the 90, the cardboard box. It's staying.
What I mean by the point of John Henderson perhaps fancying the task in Group C a bit more with the time scale is he's somebody, as we mentioned, his longevity on the Pro Tour. 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, that is when those tournaments begin. So he will be so used to playing a number of games in and around that time slot. It's nothing
66.
alien to him whatsoever.
No, totally agree. It gives you an extra bit of lie-in to these morning sessions here in Group A as well.
100.
Most of the guys are coming through the door between 7:30 and 8 o'clock in the morning to start their preparations before play at 9:30. And yeah, like you say, they're not used to that. They're not used to that.
For Christian Perez, he must be thinking, where is it going wrong in this present moment in time? He had such control over this group.
108.
But is he beginning to work a way back into this match? The 180 leaves himself an 81 after 9 to get the break back and level up at 2-2.
$43. Christian, you require 81.
It's looking that way, that Perez is sort of growing into the game, and he's done all the trying and the huffing and puffing.
$63.
Will return for double 9. Henderson unable to continue what was a couple of golden legs.
100.
But what he has done is put pressure on this double 9. The 180 leaves himself on a double
18.
himself. And so 2 9s for Perez for a level game. And if he doesn't get it, Henderson is hot on his heels. That's as close as you can get without finding.
9.
And because it was so close, it was then awkward with the last
16.
dart. And so Henderson has 3 in his hand. To pinch a leg, he has no right to win.
No score. Christian, you require 9. Game shot on the 4th flag. Christian Perez.
You can see what this game means to Perez. He knows its importance by his reaction there.
5th flag. It's Christian to throw first. Game on.
Right smile from John. That's about as angry as he gets, that.
Well,
level we are at 2-2. Huge best of 3. Perez wins 2 of the next 3 legs. He wins the group. If Henderson wins 2 of the next 3 legs, then
41.
Lorenzo Pronk in game 15 would have an opportunity to win the group. Now, there is still a chance that Johan Gildenhuys can win this group, but
81.
It would rely on John Henderson winning this game 4-2, Lorenzo Pronk losing to Jared Cole, and him beating Keegan Brown 4-0.
26.
And at this present moment in time, it looks like Christian Perez is going to get onto 3 and get onto the hill.
And we interviewed him on Monday, and he was happy to be top of the group. What's he going to be like to have won it?
Well, he said this was a dream come true, just to play in this building. And this is a man who's graced numerous world championships, played in numerous big tournaments, held a tour card up until the end of last year, and still sees this as at the very high of what he can do and what he can achieve in the game.
90.
If he wins the week, I reckon there will be tears on that stage.
$44. Christian, you
He's
require
got plenty of time on this 90 to put himself to a leg of winning the group.
$38. $121. Christian, you require 52.
So 52 for Perez to make it 3-2. Double 16 is what he's looking at. Now double 8. Plenty of time on side. Doesn't want to miss inside.
Game shot on the
Doesn't miss
fifth
at
leg.
all.
Christian Perez.
And Christian Perez now is to within a leg of winning this group.
Sixth flag. It's John to the row first. Game on. $59. $60. $53.
Well, if he gets it done, it's not going to be pretty, but Perez will not care. It will be all about the job being done. Doing what he needed to do when he turned up here on Monday morning. That's win the group, have the couple of days off, get the bonus prize, and then get through to Saturday's final. And perhaps it's a note that goes under the radar a little bit. The prize of winning Group A is a handsome one. Not just do you get a place through to finals night, but you also get double the money of the player that finishes second in the group.
$60. $99.
Well, Henderson here, slowly but surely, could well be taking us to a last leg decider.
Don't call him Shirley. That was my mate.
Shirley Carter.
140. $99. John, you require 93.
93 for Henderson to take us all the way. Double 18 is found. And we now have a crucial leg. A group-defining leg.
Final leg. It's Christian to throw first.
Yeah, we do. And Hendo's probably stood there going, oh, if I hit that 180 to leave the 32 and I didn't hit it and we could be done and out of here, he'd be thinking.
Christian Perez wins this leg, he wins this group. John Henderson wins this leg, then there's still Lorenzo Pronk in play. Now, because Christian Perez has got to 3 legs, if he loses this match, he'll be on 18 points plus 5. The best that Johan Gildenhuys can get to is 18 points plus 5 himself. However, Johan would have won 44 legs. Christian Perez would have won 46 legs. And so Perez would be in front of Johan by that particular metric. So the only player that can pounce upon the opportunity of a slip-up from Perez in this leg, if he was to lose it, would be Lorenzo Pronk, who takes on Jared Cole, who's already beaten Christian today.
So if he does get him, that would be like
100
ideal, wouldn't it, really, that it came down to that game? Although they didn't know it at the time.
It's funny how these things work out, isn't it? And for Johan Gildenhuys, his chance of winning the group have evaporated, but if he loses his next match to Keegan Brown, then he's going to be in Group C.
94.
Henderson picks up a
96.
treble, but it's Christian Perez here who has 6 starts on 207 to secure his passage and to secure his place through to Saturday night's final on his debut here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Hendo nods his head. He realises that Christian Perez is making a run towards the line. Double 18 left after just a dozen. He is very much now on the brink, and John Henderson knows that whatever he fires in, it's only to try and put pressure on his opponent. Picks up a couple of big trebles.
29. Christian, you require
But Christian
36.
Perez, your moment is now. Double 18 to seal your place through to Saturday night's final. Christian Perez is into Saturday night on his Super Series debut. The Filipino superstar has won Group A. It was hard work in the end. He tried his best to try and throw it away at points. But Perez was the best player over 3 days, and that is now reflected in the league table. Perez is through. Next up for us, Keegan Brown takes on Johan Gildenhuys. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Christian Perez won Group A with a 4-3 victory over John Henderson. Next up for us, it is a meeting between Keegan Brown and Johan Gildenhuys. For the winner of this one, they will guarantee their place in Group B on Thursday and Friday evening. The loser will be consigned to Group C on Thursday and Friday. So this effectively a shootout to see who's going to finish in those places. Johan Gildenhuys will win, he'll move on to 18.
It's Keegan to throw first.
Keegan Brown will win and move on to 16. But because of the way the legs difference works and the fact they're playing one another in the final game means that that's effectively irrelevant. Just win this game and then see what happens, because you're going to be into the night session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
60.
Which means Keegan may need the last hover over tomorrow night and then maybe swim back after the session's done.
57.
Have been people known to swim the Solent in the past?
$100.
It's a mile in length, the
60.
Solent. I reckon it's about half an hour to swim over from one side to the other, but I don't know if I believe that or not.
$140. 46. $100. 85. Johan, you require 144.
Well, Gildenhuys here looking at 144 to get the break in the opening leg on the board.
128. Keegan, you
Yourself
require
a double eight.
110.
Brown. These what will be a third ton plus checkout of the day. Still on. Number 19 would have left the board. He's already taken out the 110 today, is Keegan.
38. Johan, you require 16. Game shot on the first leg. Johan Gildenhuys.
Yeah, nicely done by Johan.
Second leg. It's Johan to throw first. Game on.
How do you think Johan will be summing up his week so far, Henry?
140.
I think he'll be really pleased with what he's done. I think he'll be really pleased with the way he's played. But I just think he's been put in one of those groups where everybody else has played to a really attainable standard that I think in a lot of other Group A's, I think he would have had a really good chance of going on to win it, particularly with some of the performances he's put in. 3 ton plus average. He's had a ton plus average every single day this week.
85.
Johan Gildenhuys had the 105 earlier against Jared Codd, 104 on Tuesday, 102 on Monday. He's playing at a very, very good level. But he's just been put in one of those groups where everybody else around him is hitting something similar when they're playing him.
90.
Be intriguing to see. Obviously, we don't know where he's going to end up, but the early indications are he may well be ending up in Group B come the end of this. And I think you put him in Group
46.
B, where there's 3 from 5 that go through. I give him every chance of getting into Saturday night. Every chance.
66.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. I think that
100.
again, he's
Johan,
showing
you require
here
120.
what he's got about himself. He's going right. And then he chucks the dart to the left here generally. And now along to the right.
Game shot on the second
Lovely
leg.
job, Lee.
Johan Gildenhuys.
What I like about him, he has a gameplay that... How many times have we
Third
seen him
leg,
attempt
it's
that
Keegan to the
120 and he
reverse.
does it the same way
Game on.
every time. He hits the 60, then goes one step sideways, then throws over the top of the first dart, but to the left of it, and then leaves himself a gap to the right.
49.
Yes, he had to use the dart on that occasion, but it's monotonous. It means that he's doing it all the time. It means that he has routines for these situations. And he's thinking about his own
91.
situation and how he deals with it rather than the situation he's in within the game. And that's a good way to be, to sort of kind of ignore everything else and back yourself. It's the only way to play.
Well, it looks like Keegan's having a bit of a tail off towards the end of the day here. Just to tell you who's in the groups to come on Thursday and Friday. Group C is going to be Jared Cole, John Henderson,
82.
question mark. That's not a player, by the way. Ryan Branley, Peter Jakes and Brandon Walsh. Group B will be Lorenzo Pronk, question mark, Lewis Gurney, Rob Collins and Chaz Barstow. If Johan gets into Group B,
60.
yes, there's tough opposition there, but I don't think there's anybody in that group that he would have any kind of fear of. You know, it'd be a tough task. Players like Chaz Barstow and Lewis Gurney, we've seen good stuff from here in the past. But he will feel like he has done enough this week to say that I've got a chance of getting it out of that group over anybody that's put in there.
What happens when you're a player and you get put into these tail end of the week groups? Probably today, maybe a bit yesterday, you have a look in at the results. You tend to follow what's going on so that you're not sort of... Oh, I tell you what.
97.
So you're not sideswept by anybody or caught by surprise. And the guys would have been watching this today and knowing that this guy's the real deal.
85. Keegan, you require 25.
88.
Nine. Johan, you require.
Gildenhuys here. He's got opportunity of the double break if he can find this 85. If he can find the ball, he gets the ball.
Johan Gildenhuys.
And he beds a double break. And he might be putting Keegan Brown to bed before too long.
To throw first. Game on.
3-0 Gildenhuys. And Keegan has missed a big opportunity and a big opening there.
100.
Yeah, he has missed an opening there, and obviously because it was on his own throw, he's now been broken twice, and he'll be disappointed with that, will Keeg?
96. $140.
Gildenhuys is closing in.
131.
Keegan needs something big. When he needs at least a treble, well, now needs a couple of trebles. It's just not gone to plan for him, and it looks like he's weak. Incredibly. It's going to be... I mean, Keegan Brown, John Henderson, Jared Cole, Ryan Branley, Peter Jakes and Brandon Walsh. That is a horrific Group C.
66.
Horrifically good.
157.
Yeah, I agree with that. Not going to be this time for Keegs. I think we just lip-read exactly what he thinks of this
28.
visit.
Johan, you require 108.
Well, this could be it. This should be it. He's not going to find the treble 19, and so Brown's going to get another go at the 129 to keep his hopes in his contest line. Remember, it's 3-0 down against Lorenzo Pronk before rattling off 3 on the spin. Is he going to find another rescue act here? Couldn't find the double-double, so
105.
Gildenhuys
Johan, you require 52.
looking at 52 to guarantee a place in Group B for himself. double 8, but it's awkward, as you can see there. But what a dart. And what a win. And what a week Johan Gildenhuys is having so far. He's going to be in Group B. Keegan Brown's going to be in Group C. A 4-0 victory for the South African. Rounds off his campaign. Coming up next, Jared Cole takes on Lorenzo Pronk at the end of Group A.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
And the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Johan Gildenhuys got the better of Keegan Brown by 4-0. Our final game is a meeting between Jared Cole and Lorenzo Pronk. Game 15 of 15.
Jared to throw first.
And these two, well, this could well be actually the final meeting between the pair this week, because they're going to be treading different paths on Thursday and Friday. Jared Cole will be plying his trade in Group C, whilst Lorenzo
40.
will be playing in Group B on Thursday and Friday night. Scott Mitchell is with me once again for this one. And
45.
for Jared, it will be about trying to reset, isn't it, going into tomorrow's play?
Yeah, you want to go out on high with a
42.
win. You really do. It sort of sets you up, and it doesn't leave a sort of bit of taste in your mouth, sort
140.
of thing, for the end of the week. It's nice to go out with a win, and you just feel so much better about it.
100.
85. $135. $134.
Oh, good visit that from Lorenzo to leave himself on a 2-darter after 12, threatening the cold throw in the opening leg of the contest. But there's a decent response from Jarrett.
136. Lorenzo, you require
136 leads himself on
97.
48. Pronk will be back for 97 to take out leg one. The treble 19 leads tops.
Game shot on the
Tops is
first
found.
leg.
14
Lorenzo
darter. And Lorenzo Pronk is 1-0 to the good.
Second leg, it's Lorenzo to throw first. Game on. $140.
Both Lorenzo and Johan have been excellent this week. The ADC and the ADG qualifier.
57.
And look, sometimes players like Lorenzo and Johan, we've got some background information on, but we don't quite know too much what we're going to get from them.
60.
But I tell you what we have got this week is two players that can mix it at this level, that can play and be competitive in an environment like this. And I get the feeling that this won't be the one and only time that we see the pair here at the Super Series, irrespective of what they do over the next couple of days after this is done.
59. $93. $72.
Pronk leaves himself on the fish. What can Cole do by way of response? How much pressure can he apply?
99. Lorenzo, you require
Not much, and
107.
so Lorenzo will be looking at the big fish to open up a 2-0 lead.
60. $98. Lorenzo, you require 110.
Looking at the 110. But he's missed the big number.
70. Jared, you require 96.
Double. Double got.
On his second leg, Jared
There's
Cole.
been sparks. And that's another one for Jared Cole.
Yeah, nicely done,
Third
JC.
leg, it's Jared to throw first. Game on. $78.
Is there an argument, Scott, that Group C that we're going to be seeing tomorrow and Friday afternoon is as
96.
hard as the Group A that we've seen this week?
I think there's more than an argument. I don't think you get many protesters disagreeing with that comment.
60.
We started the week, and I don't need.
100.
We started this Group A, and I don't mean any disrespect to any of the players, but we're looking at it and going, oh, you know, this is a really good opportunity for somebody.
139.
I don't think we expected 4 new faces to be as competitive as they were from the get-go.
78.
And that's what's made this group what it is. We were looking at the regulars, Jared, Hendo and Keegs, to go,
44.
you know what? Yeah, you're going to be the ones in the mix at the top end, and the other's going to be battling at the bottom end, and it couldn't be further from the truth.
45.
Well, you'd love for another treble here to leave himself on tops.
100.
Unable to find it, will leave himself on 80.
$81. Jared, you require 80.
For 2-1. Has to be careful not to catch here. And now he's got a lot of tungsten in the way.
60.
Track's low, and so Pronk will be back for 101. For the break, it's double top.
61.
It's just above the wire, and so Jared's going to get 3 more in his hand here to move in front for the first time in the contest. He broke back in the previous leg after losing the first against the darts, and now Jared Cole with the gains first hold opens up a 2-1 advantage in this contest.
4 flag, it's Lorenzo to throw first. Game on. $140. 59. 100. 58. 79.
Well, Lorenzo looks like he's going to comfortably hold in this leg, which will mean a exchange of 2 breaks followed by 2 holds to
60.
Level us up at 2-2. And you can tell these are 2 players that are just kind of
96.
playing on the afterburners, or playing with the afterburners on, shall I say. They're trying, but the tank is empty, isn't it? There's been moments just like that 180 for Jared Cole.
Lorenzo, you require 86.
Pronk back for 86 to square up at 2 apiece. As a glance overseas, Jared's on a finish is going to have to attack it. Bullseye.
61. Jared, you require 144.
And Jared has got no less than 5 ton-plus checkouts to his name. Make that 6. 6 of the very best from Jared Cole. Lorenzo Pronk left blindsided by that brilliant 144. He leads 3-1 and now has the darts for the match.
$57.
Well, I've been using some new ways here. I've been learning some new shot outs here.
108.
I'm still here, got my shoes and socks off working that one out from Jared Cole.
100.
Turns out the spotter is a spotter's nightmare.
Yeah,
90.
Spotter got there, didn't he?
That's because we got very good spotters, Scott.
47. 64. 42.
We may well be going another leg longer because Lorenzo's left himself on 167.
You require 167.
And no matter how good Jared is on his ton-plus checkouts, he can't get 215.
96.
But he can if he throws a hedgehog.
They're just coming out of hibernation this time of year.
$85.
Lorenzo looking at 71 to bring it back to 3-2. And if you went with the fact that Jared Cole's on another ton-plus finish. He actually began the day with the 130, did Jared Cole. Is he going to bookend it?
Jared, you require 130.
With 130 checkouts. Not this time, and so Lorenzo will be back for 43 to bring it back to 3-2.
80. Lorenzo, you require 43.
3 for tops. Double 10.
33.
Doesn't go. And so Cole back for the match.
Looked a bit tired, those darts, didn't they? Looked a bit tired.
So, what's Jared thinking? He's thinking bullseye. He's thinking double 12, and he's thinking victory for the king of the castle. as he beats Lorenzo Pronk by 4 legs to 1 to round off his Group A campaign. Yeah, that was a little bit cheeky, and maybe you should be a little bit flushed and flustered. Well, Jared Cole's going to be back in Group C. Lorenzo Pronk will be back in Group B. Gildenhuys and Pronk, they will both be in Group B. Brown, Henderson and Cole in Group C. But it's Christian Perez who has won Group A. He's been given the luxury of a couple of days off. Coming up in a few weeks' time after Champions Week, we're going to see the 3rd edition of Women's Week. Pauling looking at 130. Another double 5. Oh, that's magnificent.
Gemma hit, the thing's different. What a finish, 1-1.
Another one of those. And that's eclipses the biggest finish of the week.
Box now for a 120 out and a 2-0 lead. And she takes it.
Brian O'Sullivan! Kersey Vinakainen!
Yeah, when Champions Week is completed, Women's Week 3 will get underway. The defending champion of that one is Kersey Vinakainen. As far as today's concerned at the Super Series, Christian Perez got the job done in terms of winning Group A. He got the results that he needed to win the group by a couple of points scoreline. This is how the table looks following the final day's play. As you can see, 20 points was enough for Christian Perez to get over the line in the end. Johan Gildenhuys on 18 points in 2nd position. And Lorenzo Pronk, the other 2 players in Group B, Keegan Brown, John Henderson, Jared Cole make up what could be a blockbuster Group C lineup on Thursday and Friday afternoon. Scott Mitchell's been watching all of the darts in the commentary box. For Christian Perez, it looked hard work at times today, but credit goes where credit's due. He was able to get over the line eventually.
It's a very difficult thing to do under the pressure, and you start then looking at where the players are in the group that you're playing against. You start plotting a route. You start trying to think which is the probable route of where you're going to get the points that you need. But he did that a little bit early doors. He then got turned over and then thought, right, I've got to knuckle down here, do it my way, and that's what he did and got over the line.
It felt like that middle match of the day against Keegan Brown was probably the one that did it for him.
Yeah, I think it was. He was his main rival at the start of the day, and that was who he would have targeted. And he knows that if he won that game, he was sort of like halfway home.
So, Christian Perez winning the group. Then Keegan Brown was actually the closest challenger finishing the Group C spots. But let's talk about the players that dropped into Group B. I want to begin with Johan Gildenhuys, because we didn't know too much about him. We knew he played on the World Cup stage, but didn't know much about him as an individual. He's been a real surprise package, and a surprise package in a good way, hasn't he?
He has indeed, and I got a little chat with him after the session yesterday, and we talked about, how did he feel up here on the stage and what does it feel like? And he said, every stage feels different, so I play them as an individual stage. So this one doesn't compare to the other ones that I've been on. So it was a fresh, new, exciting thing. So he said, I've got no battle scars here. And I think going through 2nd in the group, he still hasn't got battle scars here.
Lorenzo Pronk, again, probably without Johan in this group, he'd be the one who'd be saying was the real surprise package this week.
Yeah, absolutely. But, we had a little contact with John Locken, the man from the ADC Europe who's running that. And, we see who he's playing with in singles leagues just locally. And the types of guys that he was playing with, that he's going to come here with a bit of pedigree, because if you don't, you get eaten alive even back at home in your local league. And so, he's been a real good addition to Group A this week.
Let's have a look then at the tournament bracket. And this is how the next couple of days will look. Group B, Lorenzo Pronk, Johan Gildenhuys, Chaz Basso, Rob Collins, Lewis Gurney. What an opportunity for those players there.
Yeah, I think our adjudicators are going to have to get the old legs difference abacus out, because that looks a really tight game, and that's going to a group, and that's going to go right to the wire. I know it's 3 from 2, and you look at that and think, well, which 2 are going to miss out?
And then Group C, Keegan Brown, John Henderson, Jared Cole, Ryan Branley, Peter Jakes. Brandon Walsh must be thinking, on my debut, I've been given a horrible group. That Group C could have very easily been Group A this week.
Very easily. And like you say, I mentioned about Ryan Branley right at the start of the week before a dart was thrown. We're going to find out about him in that Group C because that is a big, tough group.
Well, Keegan Brown feel a little bit hard done by that he's in Group C.
I think yes and no. I think he will know that he's... Look, when you get to a certain stage in your darting life, you admit when you've made mistakes. You understand when you've done things wrong. Keegan will understand where it went wrong in Group A. He won't need telling. He doesn't need to go home and be told. He knows where it went wrong. And so I'm sure that he knows that he won't be able to make those mistakes again if he wants to progress to Saturday night.
For both John Henderson and Jared Cole, is it a case of just resetting the mind going into tomorrow's play?
Yeah, very much so. I would be heading off home, trying to do as little as possible this evening, resting up, try and grab every bit of energy that I can because you're back in here and you've got to start at 1 o'clock again tomorrow. The more rest you can get, the better. Clears your head a little bit and just start your preparations again and try and get the next bit right, which is the throwing on the board.
Let's talk then a little bit more, Jenny, about the week because we're going to see you again on Saturday. In terms of the players that you've seen in this Group A, who do you really like the look of in terms of getting out of their respective groups?
I'm always going to back Hendo. I'm always going to back him to get out of any group. But I think he's got to find a little bit more than what he found so far this week, and he knows he's got work to do. Johan, if he continues to do what he's been doing, that big scoring, but he's got to start finishing games off because the amount of 180s that he's hit and the scoring that he's done, he's not been just there and thereabouts where he needed to be at the end of games. I think it's going to be difficult for anybody to get out of any group. I really do. I think I will be watching as an innocent bystander over the next couple of days, but looking forward to Saturday night and whoever makes it.
You've been mentioning Ryan Branley a couple of times. Is there anybody else coming in this week that you think could do some real damage?
I've got back my England boys, Lewis Gurney and Chaz Barstow. I think they've been in good nick, and that's why they'll be going in the short team with England. And I hope that they do well because obviously then when I take them to the Six Nations, they'll have a bit of confidence to go with it. But yeah, look, honestly, I think it's such a tight couple of groups, and it's the last week as well. It's just what you want in the last week. You want the excitement on Saturday night to find out who's the last one to join the group in Champions Week.
And Christian Perez, we know now, is the first name into the hat. David Evans did the A in the weekly win last week. Is Christian Perez in a position to do something similar?
Well, I think so. Look, the top of his game is right there with anybody. But he does flit in and out and give opportunities, and that'll be his worry. His top-end game is there with anybody. There's no two ways about it. But he drops off too many times for me and becomes a bit streaky. And if he does that on a Saturday night, you've got no time for that. You get a couple of games in that first group stage. You've got to be on it game after game after game, and he's got to find out a way of doing that.
Scott, always do enjoy your company. See you again at the weekend. Plenty coming up across Pluto TV. Coming up next, it's going to be a special documentary on the ADC where we go behind the scenes on the organisation. Of course, Devon Peterson won the first global championship here at the Live Lounge. But what do they do aside? You'll be able to find out a little bit more about that in a few moments' time. And then later on, you'll be able to talk about the career of, well, you'll be able to hear about the career in the latest edition of the Tungsten Tour with Paul Nicholson. That's 5:20 tonight. Then the live darts will be back tomorrow from 1 o'clock, and it all builds to a crescendo 7:30 p.m. on Saturday evening on finals night to see who the final player through to Champions Week is going to be. And the first name through is Christian Perez, the Filipino flying high. From all of us here, take care. Bye-bye for now.
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit.
And that was it. We've got a brilliant song of the week, and it comes on finals night, and it's another
Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
What a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Modus.